Ja, das ist eine lange Latenz. Das sind mehr als 10 Sekunden.
You're not alone. Wait till the end of time. Open your mind. Silence waiting to see. You're not alone. Wait till the end of time for you. Open your mind. Your little sign to be with me. Alone.
Hi, and welcome back, everyone. So those of you who already followed 5 minutes ago, you might wonder what happened. I think we just had some minor tech hiccups that hopefully are fixed now. I'm happy that it only happens now and not the days before. But yeah, let's hope that things are running stable for the rest of MoneyLab Berlin. So, warm welcome for everybody. I'm not entirely sure of who is going to watch this session. And maybe I just give you a short intro on MoneyLab and the intention of this event. And I will also do a recap of what has happened and what you are going to expect over the course of today. So those of you that are tuning in for the first time have a clear idea on what it is that we are planning to do. Okay? So, yeah, my name is Ela Kagel. I'm co-founder of MoneyLab Berlin, and that's also where I'm currently located in our mini studio. And we are around as Supermarkt since 10 years. Started off in an abandoned grocery store in Berlin. That's where the name comes from. And since 10 years, we have been engaged in this very peculiar area between culture, technology, money, and society. And we have been organizing many conferences and workshops and have done research and a lot of advocacy work on open source technologies and the commons and many other related topics. And yeah, since around 2 years ago, I had the idea of planning a MoneyLab in Berlin and got in touch with Gerd Lofing from the Institute of Network Cultures. And yeah, so we applied for funds in the last year to make it happen. And I also want to thank Hauptstadt Kulturfonds here in Berlin for funding us, and also the Institute of Network Cultures for supporting this conference. And when we planned it exactly 1 year ago, we choose the topic disaster capitalism. And I remember back then I wasn't entirely sure whether this would still be the hot topic 1 year after, but yeah, obviously it is still, that's still the reality we have to deal with. And those of you who are not entirely sure about what disaster capitalism actually is, let me just give you a brief intro. So the term was coined by Naomi Klein in her book, The Shock Doctrine. And according to Naomi Klein, disaster capitalism is or refers to the exploitation of different crises in order to establish controversial policies while citizens are emotionally or also, organizationally too distracted to respond and take adequate action. So that's basically the situation we find ourselves in. And we have several implications on that. And this is what we are looking into here at MoneyLab. We are looking into the roles and functionalities of money. We are looking into forms of organizing, modes of resistance, but also we shed light on individuals and organizations that are already working on real alternatives. And we all know that this is starting. This is pretty much an emerging field. But the hope behind all these projects is that one day they will grow bigger and stronger in order to present real alternative to the predominant market economy. That's at least what we are hoping for. So what have we been doing over the past 2 days? The conference is structured in 4 parts. On day 1, it was all about rebuilding our economy, rebuilding our imagination, because this, I think, is a precursor for every kind of social innovation, anything we are going to do differently in the future, for any form of adaptation also. And this is all, especially if we look into the field of decentralized governance and blockchain. The main challenge is not in adapting protocols or building tech infrastructure, but the biggest challenge actually lies in the change of mindset. And we have heard from really interesting examples over the past 2 days where people talked about how they handle this shift in mindset, how they handle this change process. And it's interesting because the more we look into it and the more we talk about it, the more we realize that we are actually covering a very broad and complex territory. And I don't think there is anyone out there who has all the answers and who knows all about it. But there are things happening on many different fronts and on many different ends. And talking about ends, that's also something we look into to tie those loose ends together. Because I think if we talk about the MoneyLab community and what MoneyLab actually is, then I think the interesting thing about it is the fact that it's quite diverse. It's a group of people originally coming from academia, but then increasingly got joined by people from various other disciplines, finance activists, researchers, organizers of cultural events. And interestingly enough, money and finance also more and more became a subject for artistic and cultural practice and production over the past years. And I have been thinking about that quite a lot, why that was. And I think it probably goes back to the financial crisis, 2007, 2008, when we've seen the rise of protest movements such as Occupy Wall Street, when we've seen the emergence of Bitcoin. So that was really interesting to see. And I think this whole change that then started, that of course wasn't purely a financial or technological one, but one that has long-standing impact on our society, that also pretty much influenced artists and activists to respond to the reality around us. So that's why this MoneyLab team is super diverse. And we try to touch down on many different things, try to tackle many different complexities at the same time. And I think that's also reflected in the program. So this whole rebuilding our imagination is something that it's a core topic throughout the entire conference. And we dedicated the first day to it with speakers such as Gerd Lofink, the person who basically kicked off MoneyLab in the first place in 2014 with the first event. This is now here, the 11th edition already. And there's a 12th edition also being planned, hopefully this year. So we were then followed by Ruth Catlow from Furtherfield in London and Decal. And we had a super inspiring conversation on decentralized governance. We had the amazing disco team with us, Irene Lopez de Vallejo and Stacco Troncoso, and they introduced us to disco, which was amazing. And I shall not forget our partners here in Berlin at Trust, who helped us putting this rich and diverse program together. So they introduced themselves, and we then had open community calls on Friday night on the topic of NFTs and crypto art. And it was really nice to see in the following session then the people here in the community and projects they were presented. And that already got us, I think, a glimpse of the complexity I was just talking about. Yesterday was packed, was a long day, but nonetheless super inspiring, I think. So the first half of the day was dedicated to monetary experiments, and we had workshops running parallel to the conference stream. So we presented Circles, the universal basic income on the internet, on the blockchain. We also presented the social coin and their update on where they stand. We had a super interesting debate on socializing tokens hosted by Trust. We had then the second part of the day was all about diving into new economies for arts and culture with Yael Sharil, Janine Benduski from Luft, and Eric Baudelot and the Sphere crew, really taking a deep dive into future possibilities of how art and culture might be financed in a different way. Independent from state funding or together with state funding and many other stakeholders, we still don't know, but they nonetheless presented a broad range of very inspiring opportunities and visions. And then we had a super interesting close of yesterday, and that was the Dada Art Invisible Economy team, which was inspiring because they basically gave us an example of how an organization can culturally be reorganized in a manner that that they could confidently say it works really well for us. So that was amazing. And Eon, sorry, Henrik. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I just had to. I had to give a sign. Yeah. So I just had to give a sign. I got distracted. Sorry. And now the question is, how are we going to continue today? Today is the last day of MoneyLab. That means today is all about modes of organization. We will talk about how to get organized in order to tackle all these challenges we are facing ahead of us. We will start off with economic space agencies, Pekko Koskinen, introducing us to a very interesting model of organization. And it's basically, it's an introduction into game-based experimental orgs, X-orgs. I'm very much looking forward to it. And Pekko is getting ready behind the scenes. And we'll have him in the session quite soon. And then after Pekko, we'll welcome Jonathan Miller from the Tech Workers Coalition here in Berlin. And Jonathan will give us an idea of how Amazon became the Death Star of the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm very much looking forward to that. Then, after a short break, we will hear from Rabea Berfelde. She is part of the expropriate Deutsche Wohnen und Co. collective. That's a really interesting public action against a housing company that doesn't do their job and really try to make profit from the pressing real estate situation here in Berlin. And we hear from them how they get organized, and that's going to be very inspiring. We'll have Ailey Rutherford today with her String Figures workshop. This is very limited in seats, and I'm sorry that it's completely booked, but we'll present the outcomes of that workshop because that is going to be interesting. This is about finding ways of future collaboration, especially around the topic of MoneyLab. And the participants in that workshop will basically do a very interesting work for all of us. We're going to present the results. And then it will be my pleasure as a last session for today to welcome Rachel Yuba from School of Machines, Making and Make-Believe here in Berlin. And we are going to talk about tools for collaboration and how to make the world better through a mixture of decentralized organizing, code of conduct, and the right approach towards tools. This is a follow-up on a class we have already had last year, and now it's a very good time to discuss learnings. So that's basically what to expect today. And I'm super happy to see many of you again. Please join our chat, because I'm going to monitor the chat throughout the whole day. And please come up with questions. I'm very happy to include the questions in the program. And also, I kindly ask you to log into the Discord server of MoneyLab in case you haven't already. Because we now have, how many people do we have there? I think it's almost 200 or even more that signed up. And the MoneyLab Discord server really grew into a super interesting resource with different channels on feminist economics, on NFT and crypto art. We also have a kitchen area where people can just hang out and get to know each other and discuss. So I'm really happy about this group, and I just want to encourage you to join it. That's it, I think, in terms of organization for today. And yeah, I'm just wondering, is Pekko there and ready? Yeah? Okay, good. So we still need a little bit. I was hoping Pekko is ready, but I will get a sign from our team once he's ready, but he's also only announced for 11:30, so that's not a problem at all. Yeah, this whole aspect of organizing that we are going to cover today is interesting because it's something that we very often take for granted. There's a lot of organizing tools. There are organizers we use every day. But the question I want to ask today is, do we really understand how organization works on a deeper level? And what else is actually involved in organizing beyond the calendar and beyond communication channels? How much does culture touch down on organization? And yeah, what are the ways of really building a community also beyond the technical steps of setting up platforms, et cetera, et cetera. And because a lot of these initiatives, and we will also hear today when we look into Expropriate Deutsche Wohnen und Co., or also the work of the Tech Workers Coalition, it's not just that they are doing a lot of pioneering work. It's also that they are basically resisting against like a major force or building alternatives to other major forces out there. And I think that's really interesting to see that their modes of organizing is not just something that is designed on a desk, but this is like an emerging an evolutionary form of organizing that happens within a community in a way that is that hardly can be planned, but that requires ongoing iterations, that requires ongoing, adaptations. And I think this is particularly interesting. And for all the organizations and programs we are going to talk about today, we'll see exactly that. And I just want to invite you to follow today's program, ask your questions, join the Discord server. And I think my first guest today is ready. So I want to welcome Pekko Koskinen from the Economic Space Agency. Hi, Pekko. Really good to see you.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
I actually, well, it's always the most complicated question in the world. Like
I know.
Should try to somehow be comprise something that is very large into a very small comment. I think this is why people give up and just say that they're good and hope for that there are no other questions. So I'll do the same, just for this moment.
Very good. But you're here. That's already that's good. And I look forward to our conversation, Pekko. So I know that you are a person that has one leg into, or one passion into game design. This is something that also that accompanied your work over the past years, not only within the Economic Space Agency, but also together with cultural platforms you have been part of. It's something that for you is an important driver and also an instrument for sense making and for understanding how the world works. But then you also, secondly, you have this great passion for organizational design. And I remember from a previous conversation that org design for you is almost an art form in itself, right? So for today, you have planned to combine like these two major passions of yourself, organizational design and game design, to look into the possibility of building organizations on top of game design and experiments. In short, X-orgs, right?
Yes. Yeah, on that topic of culture, from culture to organizations, I could say, first of all, that I think organizations are actually constitutional to culture. That is, like, well, if we would remove all the organization, and of course, that would not only comprise something like corporations, foundations, charities, corps, but also nations, which are organizations just on a more larger and more complex scale, we would not have much of a culture that we know as of now. So in terms of like building frameworks, woodworks for culture, organization is a key concept, and what kind of organizations we can build is culturally crucial, you could say. So even for that reason, like we are here, like I think at the edge of a very central cultural question. But how do we want to take this? So we have material, of course. We are open to questions as well, but how do we do the start, or how do we want to start?
Pekko, I thought it would be great if you could, did you prepare a presentation or anything? Yeah, I think first of all, we should get people into your mode of thinking, right? And let's tune everyone in. So I want to invite everybody watching this stream, sit down, have a coffee, listen to Pekko's thoughts. It's going to be interesting. And then we can discuss about it. So I have our website with a chat in front of me, right? So I'm going to monitor that chat. Let's see what people come up with. Ask me anything. I'm happy to relay those questions to Pekko. And I will just help moderating the session a little bit, passing on some prompts here and there. And for now, I would just kindly ask you, Pekko, to kick it off with a presentation. All
right, let's do that. So let's start with the start, or or pre-start, that is introductions. So in terms of Xorg, we could start first with people that are here, that are connected in various ways to this, let's say, very new initiative, is I guess a good word. I would say it's maybe a month and a half old, but it's also has longer roots. So it's not starting from nothing this year, but rather came from a longer research in the context of EXA, particularly towards organization, which has been running for 4 or 5 years, depending on where you draw the line. So there is a lot of background to it, but the XORG is an initiative, and you can first start by people that are here. There are more, and we'll might hear from some of them as well if we in the later parts. But for now, so let's do some introductions. First, me shortly. Like I have a complicated background, as Ella referred. There is culture, something that could be called arts, or has been kind of sanctified to the hallowed halls of art in some situations, which is often really a question of sanctification. But I do think like the game and game structures in the widest sense possible, also considering social life and its rules and conventions, which are, I think, equally important rule-like things, are for me game-like, or rather, I would say, games are one of the mediums, one of the approaches that we have that can turn the social situation into a creative one. That is, like, if we are even on the street, if we set certain rules, we have a possibility of creating a situation that is changed from the social. So it's almost like opening a creative palette on the side of the life in itself. And this is, of course, not just street, but really any social situation, also organization as well. Beyond that, like, there are many points I could make, but maybe I'll say that you can take anything I say here as a kind of an introduction to me. So I think that's enough. In addition, we have here our occasional partaker from whom you heard already, if you were in earlier sessions on Friday, the blockchain socialist, and I'll just let him freely introduce himself as well.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. I'm the blockchain socialist. It's a pseudonym, and the name of the platform that I made about a year and a half ago. It started off as a blog where I shared my thoughts on the blockchain space from a left-wing perspective, and then I've sort of now transitioned more into podcasts. And out of the creation of that platform, there was also a creation of a community of people, including people who were already working in the blockchain space, or who were just interested in technology and wanted to find and explore ways for more progressive means as opposed to the traditional sort of conservative economic takes that a lot of blockchain projects that you have. And so out of that, I got to know quite a few very cool people, including Ari, who's in the call right now. But we sort of came together and decided to create a type of response to the tendency of right-wing sort of assumptions about economy and economics in the blockchain space, and sort of create a response to that. So that's when we created the Bread Chain project I presented to in the first day. So you can find that presentation in the Discord that I shared. But yeah, so in the context of game and the discussion today, that's probably the focus is going to be, for me, I guess, thinking about how we would organize such a thing, such a left-wing response to the blockchain sort of organization question, and whether or not there is a possibility for some sort of more progressive vision in terms of organization, as opposed to the more free market-based ones that we commonly see in blockchain.
Thank you so much, blockchain socialist, for joining us. Can I ask you, just for a little bit of clarification, what do you think is not working with the prevailing vision of blockchain? What is it that you feel needs a widened perspective? And what is the void that the more left blockchain community can fill?
Yeah, there's a lot, but I guess one of the most, I think, glaring ones or the most obvious ones is like around governance. I think a lot of the projects, they rely on they rely on the market to distribute the right to govern a particular project. I think probably 99% of the projects, if they have some sort of governance mechanism, it's through some sort of token that you can freely buy on the market. And that token gives you a right to vote on proposals or do particular things. And in that way, leaving it up to sort of the movements of the market and allowing already prevailing inequalities in the world to also take advantage. It means that people with a lot of means, commonly known in the crypto space as whales, but really, I think, more maybe Marxist sense, it's sort of like the capitalist in a way. They own the capital. They're able to have significantly more influence over projects than do maybe the people who have volunteered their time to actually work on the project and who don't have as much money and are more maybe vested in it through their labor rather than through their capital. So I think that's a very glaring one. And
thanks for the clarification. I think that helps a lot to kick off the debate, so people get a better understanding of what it actually is that you want to tackle here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Ari, do you want to do a short introduction for yourself since you're bravely here? So it would be nice to give a room for everybody, including you.
Sure, yeah, super brief. I'm basically a blockchain developer person, a cryptographer, and software developer who has always been interested in using my skills to do, more interesting things than just work for companies and, help them build their free market enterprises and make money, which I've been doing for a few years, which is great. But, I feel like in the process, the tools that I learned building on Ethereum, they feel so powerful that I want to sort of bring that to any other communities, to be honest, that might be able to wield them besides just the ones I've already worked with. And so I found the Blockchain Socialist online, and that's sort of one of the places where I started doing that. And so we've been working together, and my goal is always basically to just kind of see if I can take this fire of the of what I feel, this power that I feel is being able to work on smart contracts and all of the abilities that gives you, and see if I can sort of hand that over to other people who can make use of it.
Thank you.
All right, so let's start from the start in terms of the presentation.
Okay, Pekko, can you share your screen?
I will share my screen in a moment, but I'll start with the things that I don't have a particular image for, so I'll share it immediately when I have something to show. But for start, I'll put in the chat an invitation to the Xorg Telegram, and use that to start talking about Xorg and what's the basic idea. Like I said, it's a very young group with a longer background, but what's the idea? So Xorg, you could say, in two principles, is using game design as organizational design, which comprises a lot of translation of structures in games into something that is usable for organizations. Secondly, you could say that it's a group about playing organizations into existence. That is, it's not just designing, but also creating these sort of forms of experimentation where you can have, let's say, even in 10 minutes from some rules, you're capable of entering into a moment inside an organization, let's say in a speculative sense, which might be even a live moment, but also can really be about testing the rules or form and conventions of the organization itself. I would also say that it's not a group that is going to be owned by anyone. So even though it has started in the confines of EXA, the point is, like, if EXA is a harbor, XORG is something like a ship sailing from there. And the reason for this is, well, bluntly, you could say this is open sourcing, but like with a little bit more detail. The idea is to try to form this sort of advocacy group for literacy of organizations. The game approach is central, but also not some kind of sacrosanct that everything has to be games. But like underneath there, games are seen as a tool to explore unusual alien forms of organizations that don't yet exist. And while saying that, I could say that it's not against something like finding an optimum, but it is against the mindset that it's about finding the one solution. It's not trying to say that let's find the one solution like quadratic voting for all the decision interactions, but rather widening the palette of what kind of forms and interactions we can have. Because every one of these, like voting, is an interaction. Like if you add a discussion before the vote, even if the voting form stays the same, it's actually a different interaction. If you add comments to the votes, it's a different interaction again, and so on and so forth. This is about kind of acknowledging diversity, because diversity is really key for literacy, like awareness of diversity of structures. So to put it in a nutshell, like we're trying to avoid this, that a group is about sessions where everybody's trying to lure each other into their projects. That's, of course, possible that you're interesting, people might join you, but it's really like any group coming there and saying like, hey, we've been thinking about or testing or designing for our organization this kind of decision method or this kind of membership, etc. What do you think of it? Or do you have any experiences, etc., etc.? To create processes of where we expand and widen this sort of sense of structural library, so to speak. And of course, it is about finding ways to give those forms to people. And games are possible here as well, and something that we're looking at first, which is like a game is a form actually where you can put any rule of an organization, but you have like maybe more forms of representation, which is a topic we'll visit a lot today. But it's of course not limited to games. Again, like if one wants to present them in other forms, that's completely fine in itself. So that's a very summary description of XORG and its aims, you could say. But we could start first going into, let's say, the reasoning of why XORG should exist, to my mind at least. First, from a short look on the sense of organization, particularly in crypto, but also around it. There's not, well, let's say not just crypto, but like in this new field that is meeting organization, economy, and governance, and how one could kind of open it up a bit to lay the groundwork towards the XORG. So towards this, first of all, we have these concepts like we have economy, we have governance, we have organization. In my sense, I would say that ultimately it is not useful to separate economy and governance. And this is why we need something that unites them too and sees them as collaborating as a form or through kind of entwined forms. An organization is maybe the best candidate we have in our culture unless we want to make new concepts. But it's also maybe, for me, a useful place for the concept of organization, therefore, that I think is applicable. But so, of course, that's an argument to say economy and governance are essentially two sides of the same coin, but slightly punish, but not really a pun combination for it. But how to put some meat on that argument in itself is like, if we actually look at the forms that we call economy and the forms that we call governance, the closer we look or deeper we look underneath, the less separation there appears. First example, if we think of something that is naturally thought of as governance, for example, a Congress of a nation XYZ, you could say that almost all the decisions, like you could put a percent, over 90%, whatever, of that Congress are actually economic. That is, if are we going to pay the hospital this and that, or are we going to divide the budget in this manner and that manner, are actually economical decisions. But of course, they include elements of governance. Sorry, practical point. Ella, I can hear you. Yeah. So maybe muting. So if one is making decisions about hospitals, that is an economic investment run by governance, both from the Congress itself, but in the move, what happens with these hospitals, what happens with the buildings, the governance cascades down. And without the governance, there is no economy. And without the economy, the governance move is moot, empty. Secondly, to take another perspective towards this, if you look at something like coins and tokens, currencies, fiat currencies also included, going underneath them, let's say also stocks. If we take a stock, for example, which is a unit that can function in a semi-token-like fashion, and of course some of the cryptos that actually resemble those in various fashions. If one is to remove all the interactions, that is all the exchanges, you're still holding the stock, but it has no practical value because the only value that it gets are the actual organizations of interaction that it has. So in this sense, organization is once again constitutional to the value of the stock. And of course, if you look at any token, let's say something like Bitcoin, Bitcoin is nothing without the rules, almost like a board game that runs from miners, but also extraneous rules, which are exchanges, etc., that allow you to interact with it. And once again, remove all of those organizations, their governance. Bitcoin is an empty object. So Bitcoin, and we could do the same for Ethereum or really any other token, is an empty vessel. It's almost like a reflection. And even their values are more dependent on the organizations themselves. So these are examples what I mean by entwined structures and how governance and economy are entwined concepts. And when you're designing economy, you're unavoidably designing governance. And therefore, the organization can be a word where we actually acknowledge this from the get-go, that some design, some structure might seem economical, another one might seem governance. But ultimately, actually, both are needed, inevitably, for either to work. And this is one of the key factors I would lay in the beginning. a short comment on why this is so. I think that this is why this sort of like separation. I think it's of course cultural and historical, but it's also because the intricate interweavings are on the deeper level. That is, like, why tokens seem so important, even though tokens are actually not the place that constitutes the value. That is rather the organization that, say, offers an exchange for it. That's where the actual value happens. But we can see a similar example in, say, humans using machines with buttons. If they don't know the machine, if it's a complete mystery to them, they will start to think that the buttons do the things. But of course, the buttons are just linked to the machine, and the machine is actually the thing that creates the actual interaction. So in some ways, like, tokens are really like buttons on a machine. Furthermore, one more perspective towards this. Now, there is, of course, a concept of DAOs. In some ways, a kind of like a weirdly wonky conceptual development that has kind of formed into a hybrid that is semi-undefined and maybe is easy to use for that reason. To give an example, like the Ethereum white paper, how it defines DAO would define that almost none of the DAOs are DAOs, because it makes a litmus test that if you have to use natural language that a computer wouldn't understand, not an AI, but just like a bot in itself, then it's not a DAO. It's not autonomous. And of course, like, most of the DAOs are dependent on that. And we have created this sort of loose sense of what the DAO is. But beyond that, beyond its kind of popular use, I would note that even behind DAO, there is this search for one solution. That what is the future organization, and somehow it should happen only around DAOs. And I would contrast to that if you look at the old physical world and its coding of law and rules that creates organizations, in there we have come to the practical realization that we cannot just have, one form. Like, corporation serves certain needs, but not everybody wants to make a corporation, because co-op has different emphasis. And then we have trusts, and then we have foundations, etc., etc. And if you go lower level, like associations, etc., we see a yet wider palette of forms. And there is no really drive to say these should all be one form. Why? Because all cultural forms, we could do the same case for literature, tend to branch out. And those branchings tend to form different strengths and weaknesses. And those different strengths and weaknesses offer us options of form. Now, is it really the case then that in the wide world of the digital, where we have vastly more capability of structuring than, say, law, we're only concentrating on one concept? Or are we simply maturing towards the situation where we recognize that it's actually about the diversity yet to be? And that organizational diversity is a key perspective, which I think entails a different mindset.
Pekko, I just want to jump in. Thank you so much for this really expansive contextualization. I'm not entirely sure whether there is still time to show a presentation on top, because we have almost reached like the first half of the session. And I just want to make sure that we also get a little bit into a dialogue, and that we can also pick up on questions we get from the chat. So I want to encourage everyone, those of you who listen, because this is quite complex territory we are charting here, feel free to ask any questions. We have 3 speakers here in this session that are absolutely equipped to answer and come up with, I think, really interesting thoughts. What Pekko just did was to give us to provide the cornerstones around this process of actually starting to build organizations like that. So for us, it was a reminder what it actually is to bear in mind before we start doing the actual work. I have a question here in the chat, and it seems to me quite relevant, because very often we take for granted that if you talk about the economy, that we all have the same understanding of what it is. But there's a very good question here asking how you define economy against the backdrop of what you have just presented us. What is economy for you? And you can also feel free to pass on the question to the blockchain socialists, for instance, to just to give us a glimpse of what's the backdrop of all this this theory? What is economy for you?
So, economy in itself actually has many definitions, and there's no really settled sense of it. I mean, of course, you can get Wikipedia definitions, etc. But the deeper you go, once again, you find much more discordant sense of structuring. For me, like economy is an organizational emphasis, just like governance is another kind of emphasis. It emphasizes offer relations rather than command relations. That is, it like in a traditional governance structure, we really see mostly like somebody having the right to command others. And of course, horizontality is simply like using the command relation almost like a degree. It's taking that to zero, but it's still functioning in the same paradigm. And the economist paradigm of a relation, like an edge in a graph, is rather an offer. That is, you set the conditions, but you don't force the others, but rather so much offer that as an option in itself. Mm-hmm. There are other functions in itself, but that's a good example of how economy emphasizes structuring in an organizational manner differently than say traditional governance. And but I do think these concepts will change. We are at the time that these concepts will change, and I do think we actually should redefine how do we see economy, and this is a kind of a starting point. But in terms of the presentation, I think yes, we'll start with that, because it's not gonna. The idea is not to run it all through the hour, but now that we get to the topic of games and why we picked the games with that kind of background, those perspectives outlaid as a kind of a platform to build upon, let's look at the games as then a topic. So first of all, what do we mean by the word games? We mean the games in the widest sense. Like, people know video games, but of course there are role-playing games, board games, live role-playing games, and the many different smaller forms, which is story games, we have game poems, etc., etc. Like, I picked this picture as a starter, which is a flash mob. But flash mob, of course, here a pillow fight is a set of rules. You could think of it as children's play, but children's play is kind of in the same continuum of game. Here, the game rules are changing the social situation. Similarly, if we go to something like LARPs, these are heavily related to, for example, the flash mob. It is also a sense of rules set to a real-world environment, but in this case, not in all LARPs even, but in this case, it even has this sort of sense of fiction, a layer that kind of changes what the environment is. Beyond that, of course, tabletop role-playing games do something very similar to LARPs. Of course, are kind of existed, well, mostly you'd say existed before LARPs. But their medium is conversation. And while the role-playing might seem somehow farther off of organization, I think they're actually, maybe in an allegorical fashion, are maybe one of the closest, if not the closest game directly related to the organization. And this is one of the things that we'll touch upon several times. But the reason for this is conversation is one of our most crystallized processes. An organization, of course, takes different forms. People are moving, acting, somebody's coding, but it's all about the communication and how communication is structured. And role-playing, tabletop role-playing hones on that. It's only that. And for this reason, it's not a surprise that if we look at the very small edges of tabletop role-playing, we'll start to find forms that are almost already organizations in the manner. Now, I don't have much pictures of tabletop role-playing game because they mostly actually are not visually very appealing. It's mostly seeing people around some table with the rules in front of them, cryptically so, but and kind of making decisions. But I'll pick some examples in kind of more detailed fashion from the particular games in both telling and some pictorial examples. Examples like this. The representation of a role-playing game is often like a mixture of different mediums. It can actually use all mediums that you could think of. It's in the nature of games in as a whole. Like you can do a game on a visual form, text form, even just audio, whatever. But role-playing games particularly used as in a kind of almost improvisatory fashion. So here, for example, a map is one representation. Every room here has a text on the side, which actually kind of gives this sort of generative seed for the room. Now, the key point I want to highlight here is this seed likeness. That is something like a room here, like the first part, which is this storeroom indicated on the map, is then given this sort of small description, entities or agents there, but there is no exact script of what happens. It's merely a seed for the game master to bring it forth, and then the players to make it into a process which is every time different. This is an interesting structure which has many, many representational forms in such games. This is interesting for organizations, because organizations neither don't want to and even cannot know precisely what happens beforehand. So a seed structure that is meant to be an interesting fertile seed is something that is useful for organizations, but rarely thought of in that manner, that the representations of organizations are often rules, and then they are records of whatever happens. But this gives us one case of how this can start to open up. Suddenly, okay, what is a seed? We can actually see certain kind of seed-like senses to, let's say, the descriptions of the organizations or principles, those kind of functions like seeds, but they are often not thought of as such, but more like rule-like entities. So, but then continuing the representation, if you think of board games, now board games in and of themselves have functions from competition to cooperation, and various subforms underneath them. But they also kind of representationally are forming in every case a different representation. So even here, like a map, it is partly figural. It has a river, land, but it's also functional. That is, every piece of land separated there has a certain function. It has certain kind of traits, allowing for actions, etc. And then around it, there is another representation here, points, or a way to kind of track the game and how it's going. And then the cards themselves contain both representations, but rules to how to function in the game. Now, once again, if we open up from here, what is organizational representation? What could we learn from mediums that have a highly structural nature, but also highly figural nature, that use a centrality, like here the board, but also use distribution, like the cards have actually many similarities to tokens. And of course, even beyond that, there are tokens in the game, which here stand for points, buildings, etc. But the cards specifically are actually almost like NFTs or ERC 721s. That is, they're individualized tokens, that they have different functions in themselves. So looking at a normal board game, we're seeing not just almost everything that we currently see in crypto economies, but we're also seeing representationally many techniques that are not really considered. And the techniques here are not just for cosmetics, they are here for understanding as well. So once again, an expansion to, or start of an expansion, a road to walk towards in terms of expanding what an organization is. Of course, there is also modularity. That is, board games, here we see once again the centrality of the central map, which in itself has a modular board built from like underlying pieces with other modularity on top of it to build cities in itself. And then each player, the 4 players here, have their own subboards, which has a different subgame where they build their buildings for their own places, which in and of itself is formulated differently. So this is not just modularity of forms in a passive sense, but it's modularity of interactions. That is, the game subgames that the players play become integrally connected to the board itself. And whatever gets gained from the main board comes to the subboard. So in this sense, like if we study the modularity used in board games, which still are just dependent on paper and cardboard, we actually find a highly varied takes on how to implement modularity and how to make it as a functional possibility for organizing the game. And of course, underlying here is the thought that in a way, we can always say that any game, for example, a board game like this, is an organization in itself. It's organizing people to actions. It's giving them rights. Just like an organization invites its members to a meeting, it's a protocol. Rights, again, rule-like structures. Of course, we don't necessarily see the game normally as an organization or organization as a game, but structurally they are so close that these translations from one form of thinking like, oh, how could we use this kind of representations? How could we use this kind of modularities? Is like only a matter of small elements of translation. And these forms also hybridize. So a card which actually generally often takes this role of a kind of an NFT, that is a highly distributable object with identity and on its own particular, this can become the board, like in this case. Like they can actually have a mode where they're moving around and being switched, but then they're laid on the table and they actually kind of solidify themselves to become the board, to become the house in this case. And these kind of hybrid interactions, once again, offer many possibilities that are somewhat present. In some cases, there's slotting of the tokens, etc. It's not completely away from there. But looking at it structurally, that, hey, this is a general approach. And then it has many forms. We can find more from games. And there's this whole vast library of different approaches from simply looking at how they function in these games with rules coming with them. Quite exact rules, especially in the case of board games. That opens for us the sort of possibility of mining that library, getting those forms into play. A final point on board games. Over this picture, for example, there is a constant conversation going, usually. Sometimes the conversation is simply kind of extra to the game, like over the table. But it can also, of course, be integral to the game if, for example, the players can offer something to trade or to discuss moves in a collaborative game. That's not separate. And this is also an interesting structure, of course, reflected in organizations that you can have a protocol of voting and then you talk around that. But utilizing this approach is about to combine the discourse, the conversation, and the structures that it utilizes to set itself a kind of navigation point, to map it itself to interactions, is yet another expansion of areas that we can utilize. So these are merely snapshots. I could go on, like I have hundreds of examples, but we won't go there because the point here is to open up why these possibilities are important, why this is offering us a mature library that has started from diversity and seeing itself creative and used thousands of years to create different forms, and how useful that can be for a form that is rather nascent like crypto economy, and which has kind of expanded its potential of creation, but hasn't matured its palette yet. So if, as I would argue with the cases underneath here, we can make these sort of small translations and convert, utilize, this in itself is a richness that is wholly undermined or underutilized, maybe is a better word for that. And these are one of the kind of underlying principles of why we think something like an XORG is useful as not just an advocacy in the abstract sense, but the practical, experimental mapping out and testing out this kind of library. Okay, that was a long enough stint. I think that gives a certain kind of sense of this sort of possibilities. Like I said, it's merely a fragment from one side of it. But Ella, if you have good comments, questions, I'm also ready for that. Otherwise, we can also move to a second perspective.
Well, no, I would really say let's open the discussion. It's super interesting. Thanks for giving us this overview, and I find it very fascinating that like your basic thesis that you are bringing across here. That but maybe it's my German perspective. I don't know. That something as a board that has certain mechanisms inscribed, but also has this very strong component of chance, not change, but chance, right? In its very nature, that you take that as a starting point for organizational design, where basically everything is about avoiding things you can't control, at least in a classic manner. And of course, we have pretty much steered away from that by establishing agile organizational design and agile methodologies. But still, there's always a plan behind. So board games do have a very rigid setting, but they still have this component of chance. Things might happen. You might just be unlucky, right? And how do you integrate that into organizational design?
So, first of all, it's one doesn't necessarily take the main drive or the main paradigms of the board game, but because it's a very wide field. You find many fringe cases, interesting designs, maybe small ones, etc. And in that range, of course, not every one of them is rigid. Now, you can use the rigid structures also, because even inside an organization, there are rigid structures. For example, the voting in itself, it can have a discourse around it, but when it comes to voting, it's almost like a module, and that is extremely rigid. You have this time frame. You have one vote. These are your options. This is a board game. This is exactly in the same rigidness as a board game. And once we look at this sort of modularity of board games and look at these mechanisms, they are actually applicable to the organization as these skeletons that organizations actually require. So just in the case of voting, if I look at the kind of different auction forms and hidden and different communications and how you come with a vote or with your tokens, etc., there's already a wider variety, even in that range, than you have, say, what we have organizationally, mostly because they have kind of sense that their name of the game is diversity, is to show how your game is different from the others, and that has led to many different designs. Mm-hmm. But as an additional point, what I kind of foreshadowed earlier, we've been looking at role-playing games, and particularly, once again, the fringe of role-playing games, something called story games, and then a scene called Forge, which was around a Forge forum that around early 2000s that created many kind of experimental games in itself. So the interesting thing here is that when you go to role-playing games, the nature of the role-playing games is often much less rigid than the board games are. Yeah. So to use this time to also point to an example that XORG has already done as a test, we used a game called Universalis, which is this is cover of a book, and it's a very unknown one. It's like, I think it has sold maybe 1,000 copies altogether, around early 2000s in a couple of versions. But Universalis is a role-playing game that runs completely on tokens. They call them coins. That was before crypto, but nevertheless, we could think about that as a token structure. Mm-hmm. And it runs even in the sense of you create the world. You like, there is nothing in the beginning, just the tokens. And then there's a set of rules that actually set what is there. And its structure, to give an anecdote of why it's interesting, is that it makes a difference between conversation and fact. That is, it plays on the conversation between people, like saying there could be this in our world, I would like this, and so on. But any player with tokens can at any point say, okay, I place a token to, there is a river cutting through the main continent. And once they place the token there, it turns into a fact that it has resistance. If somebody else defines something for the world, they cannot just wipe away the fact that there is a river. Mm. Furthermore, do say.
Yeah, I think it's really fascinating. You know, all these different compounds that games actually have. Each of them offers a starting point. And I was just thinking that while listening to your presentation, and obviously it also has inspired other people, because here in the chat there is a question, and I think it's probably quite challenging to cover that in this really short period of time. But there's a person asking who would be really interested in like a walk through the different elements of games and their capacities, like maps, cards, tokens. And then also the notions of centrality, mobility, identity they bring along with them, right? So my question, and maybe we can include everyone here in the room. My question is, first of all, do you already have like a set of these elements that you would take as a starting point for real world organizational design?
Yes.
And if so, what are these? What are the ingredients? Where would you start with? And Pekko, maybe you can start, and then let's also invite the others to maybe draw on that. That would be nice.
Yeah, I'll just comprise and I'll give room for others. So yes, we have a set, and it would be nice to introduce it, but also we would be here for a few hours. And also to address these other topics, I think this is one of the reasons why we're doing snapshots of different like elements in itself and talking fairly high level to kind of keep this session in a sensible frame. But yes, that set is actually kind of complicated it's easy to cover this sort of basic possibilities, but you also have to keep an eye on forms that kind of break them, because they are often the most interesting ones. But to say it shortly, yes, we have identity, how role is actually a more expanded concept of what we consider a member. And once we, for example, translate the game of a role or character, which is a form of a role in our terms, into as a tool set for building a membership or any kind of role, even the graphic designer is a role, and it's just kind of in a very limited fashion. So using these tools allows you to expand on each of these concepts. But yeah, like said, that is actually something that if you join the group, I'll repost the link to the Telegram later. It's in the beginning of the conversation. You will certainly get this kind of general rundown, and you can ask for that. But for now, let's say that it's something that is out of the realms of this presentation. Do others want to comment?
I would be interested actually to hear what Ari has to say about some of this in the context of blockchain and Ethereum, just because a lot of what you talk about in terms of the pieces of a game and like how a game is structured, like if you think of sort of the popular blockchain network platform Ethereum that's available, it has its own pieces and it has its own like parts that everybody sort of knows how to play with, and like that's how you interact with the actual blockchain in order to achieve something. And then you use like these particular data standards, like ERC, and then some numbers. So like ERC 721 is like an NFT data standard. And I feel like this idea of data standards maps fairly well to, I guess, the standards in a board game, like when you play particular games or particular pieces, and the rules in which you can use to achieve some sort of goal. So I'm curious to hear, in Ari's experience of playing with these type of pieces on the digital board game of Ethereum or something like that, how I don't know, just how his experience has been and how he's able to navigate that space. And it's also like it's like a very large board game where sometimes you don't even know what pieces you have to play with, but they're there somewhere out on the board game, but you just have to kind of look for it in the digital space or something like that.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I'll try to respond. I think there is a lot in this code layer, right? That can be done, and that's what I find so exciting about Ethereum is all of this. Because of these standards, there has been this explosion of activity and interoperation between applications. And so really just these very, very simple ERC standards like ERC 20 and ERC 721 and now 11552, just the basic token standards. The amount of innovation that can be done by just utilizing those and expanding on them is beyond what I ever would have imagined when I first learned about them. If you see, when I was first learning about how you could maybe make a token that was the ERC20, okay, that's cool. And all I could really imagine at first was, people making little vanity tokens and other very, very basic token structures. But now we have tokens that wrap other things and have a lot of meaning, tokens that are on bonding curves, and so they actually are backed by other types of assets. And I mean, the world has really exploded in terms of this code layer and the amount of things we can do, and we still, I feel, are only on the tip of that iceberg. So yes, I think that this is a very, very important tool to play with, but I would still almost categorize it all as like one code layer, right? This is one piece is tokens and also smart contracts, right? And there's a lot that can be done with these, but there's obviously more, right? Like there's more pieces to the board game than just that, and just with a fancy smart contracts, you can do a number of things, and some things work, right? But it's a limited domain. For instance, at the very least, So the furthest we've gotten, at least with, the simple concept of lending and borrowing, is over collateralized loans because of some of the nature of the way the blockchain works and the way that it's supposed to have at least the ideologies there, where it wants to be completely trustless and permissionless. And also, you don't need to know the identities of all the participants. This makes it almost impossible to even do something that's pretty normal to all of us, which is money lending that isn't over collateralized beforehand. Borrowing without having more money up front already locked up, right? And so this is just one show of how limited of what we can do if we only live on the smart contract level. And so then what are these other pieces, right, besides tokens that form the game of a new model for economy and society? It's a very interesting question. I don't know I have the answer for, but there's definitely at least a few other pieces is all I would say. And that feels very clear to me. So tokens and smart contracts, very powerful, but there's more.
I just want to jump in here. Thank you so much for all your answers, because there's also an interesting question here that I want to pass on to you. And it's also very practical. So someone is asking what other games like Universalis you would recommend as a good starting point for studying organizational design with gameplay. Are there any particular recommendations you want to pass on to people? We have 3 minutes left.
So let's use that also kind of to do a kind of wrap up. This is a microscope I would recommend. But the best recommendation I would give is join the Telegram group. Once again, link is in the beginning, but I'll post it at the end of the chat as well. Because many of these examples are not exactly your organization. It's almost like you get carrots, but you have to know how to cut them and cook them and to make them more pleasant. Well, people like raw carrots, but let's leave that aside in this example. So microscope is actually very interesting for one of the techniques which I would mention, which we have been developing in the group and even in EXA before that, which is called contouring. That it's actually highly logical in structure. This is a kind of summary of the microscope and all its mechanics, this picture from the book itself. But its logic actually allows for human interaction in the widest sense. So for example, it sets a task, like in the beginning of the game, it's like forming one sentence that describes the game to come, what it generates. Now, in terms of the people, they can shout about the name, you can decently have a conversation about the name, write it, whatever. The game doesn't really care, because the game only cares that you have this one sentence and then everybody agrees on it, and suddenly the logic can go forward. We can see that this combines the sort of thing that even a computer, even the simple one, simple logical of the code, can understand. Once this slot fills, once there's no rejections of that, the logic moves forward. Meanwhile, the actual process of producing that can be very free. So this is a concept called contouring, which I think is a key to recognize the sociality of the organization and the rules of organization and how to leave room for both. It's not just saying that logic is a limitation of sociality. It can in some ways even allow for it by combining these kind of structures. And microscope is a great case of studying such possibilities, because every one of its mechanics actually works like this. It leaves a lot of social space in itself. So to finalize, inside Xorg, we have done tests of precisely translating these games. The Universalis, we translated its world generation to organizational generation, which produced actually a kind of interesting network charter where people laid their tokens to say, this is important for me in this organization. But then that also allowed to turn those pieces laid out to become issuers. That is, those pieces that were laid out whenever the organization made a project could call upon the things kind of formed by the tokens to withdraw tokens that then pay for the project itself, etc. And we had a highly network organizational form. That's not in Universalis, but that's something we have translated. Similarly, we made a test on Microscope, but translating it yet again, because Microscope is history, and that has a kind of progression of time. But we turned the structure into loop time, because organizations often work in loops, like, meeting every week, etc. So everything that was passage was turned into a loop of time, and the structure changed. And this created an interesting way of speculating about the possibilities of an organization, which we thought is highly useful, because organizations are often done for long term. And if you play 3 hours or 6 hours, having 2 sessions, and populate the area around your organization and create these small moments, because in Microscope you can even create scenes, like in a speculative sense of what happens inside the organization. So in this sense, this allows you to see what are your actual availabilities, not just in the sense of a designer. So these are 2 good examples of the early cases we've been doing, and both of them are leading us to actually kind of generate our own versions. The originals don't work. But once again, maybe it's a good time to actually post the link again.
Yeah,
Like,
Pekko, I have also just quickly, I have pasted the invite links to Xorg, both in the chat on our website and also on the Discord. Okay, so people have it, and I really want to encourage everybody, because obviously now you have teased the appetite for more. That is sure. And I think we all agree that it's a really fascinating outlook. And I'm happy that we managed to cover like some of the basics. But I'm glad you put up the Telegram group, because that allows people to connect, to get in touch with you, and to help developing this concept further on. And ultimately, this is really something I hope will come up like a real... I don't know if it's a tool set or any sort of methodologies for real-world implementation of what you have in mind here. I would definitely be interested in seeing that coming to life.
Yeah, it's about that, and it's also about art of organization, but it's also like answering the pressing need of populating or shedding light to this formal variety that surrounds us, but we are mostly unaware of. It's kind of like exploring that land and bringing those forms that one finds to share to the others. And if you're interested in that, because that variety is to come, we need that. So if you're interested, join the group. And also, like, I can definitely answer questions there, game examples, etc. They often come with some instructions or help, because they don't work as is. Like, these kind of game organizations don't yet exist, but we're making them to exist.
Okay, great. Hey, thank you so much, Pekko and Ari and the Blockchain Socialist, for joining us and for presenting this really fascinating overview on game design plus experiments equals a new way of developing organizations. Thank you so much. And I hope you'll stay with us for the rest of the afternoon. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, and those of you watching us here in the live stream, thanks for being with us this morning. We'll take a short lunch break now until 1 p.m. And then we'll continue with Jonathan Miller from the Tech Workers Alliance here in Berlin. And we'll hear more about how Amazon became the Death Star of the COVID-19 crisis. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice lunch break. It's my big pleasure now to welcome Rabea Berfelde from Expropriate Deutsche Wohnen und Co. Hi, Rabea. Great to have you with us.
Hi.
So, there is a huge problem, not only on the Berlin housing market, but basically on many real estate markets in the world, right? And since we were talking about already forms of organizing, forms of addressing one of the most pressing issues we face around us, I'm so glad that you that you could today join us and speak on behalf of the Expropriate Deutsche Wohnen und Co. collective, because you're a wonderful example of people who stand up and take action despite the pandemic, despite many other issues and things that block you. And I'm extremely interested now to look into your modes of organizing, to look into your motivation, your goal and visions. But first of all, Rabea, I would kindly ask you to quickly introduce yourselves, talk a little bit about your background and what brought you to Expropriate Deutsche Wohnen und Co.
Hi, Ela. Thanks for the introduction. I'm Rabea, and if I'm not busy or active in the campaign, I'm a PhD student at Goldsmiths College in London, but I live in Berlin, and I've been active in the Berlin urban social movement for quite some time now, and this activism or tenant activism and tenant initiatives also brought me to the campaign. And I think I'm going to talk a bit more about the roots of the campaign during my presentation. And also maybe, I'm here as a representative for Deutsche Wohnen und Co. and Eigen. So that's, maybe enough for introduction.
Much. And those of you following us, I'm monitoring the chat. And if you have any question for Rabea, please let me know. And I'm happy to include that into our program. So Rabea, I think maybe let's just get started with your presentation and then we take it from there.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to start to share my screen now. It worked. I hope you can all see it. Ella, can you hear me?
Yeah, brilliant.
Okay, perfect. So as I said, I'm here as a representative for the campaign Deutsche Wohnen und Co. in Eigen, which you could roughly translate to Expropriate Deutsche Wohnen and Co. And I want to briefly talk about the current situation in Berlin, so the housing crisis, elaborate on its root, to then show why we think socialization, or we as a campaign think that socialization would be a measure to really tackle the systemic roots of the housing crisis we have in Berlin today. So briefly on housing in Berlin. Berlin is a city of renters, and this is something also quite special in comparison to other European cities or bigger cities. And Berlin is a city of renters, as I said, where 85% of households live in rented accommodation as opposed to property they own. And really what we saw in the last years is an affordability crisis on the housing markets, with asking rents doubling between 2009 and 2019. So the annual rent index published by the Senate Administration for Urban Development and Housing, the Senatsverwaltung für Stadtentwicklung und Wohnen for the German speakers among us, records an average increase in the net cold rent, that is rent per square meter excluding bills, from 4.24 euros per square meter in 2000 to 6.72 euros per square meter in 2019. And this includes, or survey covers both the price for new renters as well as existing ones. And the prices for new lettings, or if you only consider new lettings in your statistics, have risen much more strongly, and you can find the numbers on the slides. So while the average rent for new lettings in 2009 was still at 6.19 euros per square meters, in the first quarter of 2020, they increased to an average price of 11.5 €5 per square meter. So we really see sort of like the price for new lettings doubling between 2009 and 2019. So what's at the root of this crisis? And we as a campaign sort of argue that it is, on the one hand, a large-scale privatization of public housing and sale of public land that took place since the 1990s, where sort of like roughly 21 square kilometers of public land were privatized. That is sort of land as big as Berlin's district Friedrichshain-Kreuzberg, so quite the sum of public land was privatized, and this includes both sort of like land where public buildings were on, public housing associations, as well as just land where no buildings were built or no buildings were built on. So we saw the privatization of more than 200,000 public housing units. And what is special about how this privatization took place is that these public housing units are really sold en bloc. That means that entire housing companies were sold to private investors. And this also represents, I think, an exception in the history of neoliberal privatization in European cities. For example, in the UK, you often have like this right to buy scheme introduced by Thatcher, discussed where sitting council tenants could buy their own council houses. But here, what we had in Berlin was really like sell-off of entire housing companies, which large units, with large units of flats to private investors. And one example that I also have on the slide here is the sell-off, the privatization of the GSW, so a former public housing company that at the time it was sold owned 65,700 flats, and also the GEHAG, another public housing unit that owned 28,000 flats at the time. It was privatized in 2004, and this privatization in 2004 was really a response to the Berlin banking scandal. So like a budgetary crisis that followed and was taken, and the privatization was sort of like taken as a step to tackle this budgetary crisis that Berlin was facing at the time. What we see with this privatization is that it enabled capital concentration and also the financialization of housing. And this is evidenced by the emergence of listed private landlords that acquired existing housing stocks. And Deutsche Wohnen is one example, and Vonovia might be another example, and there are several more. And these listed housing companies are often backed by institutional investors, such as, for example, BlackRock. So we saw with the privatization of housing or of formerly publicly owned housing that really gave way to the financialization of rental housing. So we saw the emergence of a new type of landlord in Berlin, one whose primary clients are, or one could argue, not tenants, but shareholders who expect a return on their investment. This is sort of like the systemic root of the housing crisis we have in the city today. Just sort of like double of privatization and the financialization of rental housing. Yeah. And Deutsche Wohnen, that we have so prominently in our campaign's name, is only one example of how the privatization led to the financialization of rental housing. So as I said, or I don't know if I said it before, but Deutsche Wohnen is Berlin's largest private landlord. The company owns, I think, approximately 110,000 housing units in Berlin. And it is a listed company that is owning privatized assets of former public housing association, and I already mentioned the GSW and GEHAG there, and Deutsche Wohnen owns probably 95,000 units of these formerly public housing companies. So the GSW, as I said, was sold in 2004 to white hat funds of the investment bank Goldman Sachs and the investor Severus. And after its IPO in 2013, it was taken over. This private equity fund was taken over by the Deutsche Wohnen. So it really exemplifies of like how housing became, or in the case of Berlin, housing companies became an asset to speculate upon on financial markets. So why is Deutsche Wohnen then a problem, and why do we have it so prominently in our name? As I said, it's really just one example of the financialization of rental housing, and that's why we have this Co, Deutsche Wohnen and Co enteignen, so expropriate Deutsche Wohnen and others in our name. And these companies have various strategies to increase rents, for example, low investment in the maintenance of building, and on the other hand, they invest in modernization, because with maintenance, you cannot raise rents, but with modernizations, you can raise rents. So really what these housing companies do is like modernize, but don't maintain the buildings. And because rents can be increased after modernizations. And if tenants then can no longer afford the rents, the flats can also be re-rented at a higher price. So this is really a common strategy that we see with a lot of these companies. Also, the rent increases in Berlin are typically justified in relation to the so-called Mietspiegel, which you could translate as rent mirror. And this is a benchmark based on the yearly average rent in the neighborhood unit. So if a corporation like Deutsche Wohnen owns several hundred units in the neighborhood, by increasing rents, they can really, in its own stock, they can really drive up the whole average in the whole neighborhoods. And sort of like, and this really, I think, already shows the market power companies like Deutsche Wohnen have in the housing market in Berlin. So what is our objective? So what do we want with our campaign? Our objective is to facilitate a referendum to socialize corporate landlords. And this referendum would then, if it's voted positively, would then ask the Berlin Senate to enact a legislation that would socialize profit-oriented landlords owning more than 3,000, or there's a glitch in the slides, owning more than 3,000 housing units in the state of Berlin. That would be roughly more than 10 companies. The transfer or the sort of like assets of the housing companies that are to be socialized would be transferred to a newly created public body, which is democratically controlled. This is our sort of like proposition. And we also demand a compensation of corporate landlords below market value. So how are we doing this? And what is sort of like the legal possibilities we are using here. Our campaign leverages Article 15 of the German Constitution to socialize or deprivatize better 250,000 apartments owned by large-scale corporate landlords in Berlin. And Article 15 of the German Constitution, and you can see it on the slides, allows the state to turn land, natural resources, and means of production into collective ownership for the purpose of socialization. And you might ask yourself why such a radical article is in the German Constitution, and this has historical roots, because when the German Constitution was written in 1949, sort of like people writing, or the political parties involved in writing the Constitution, were quite critical of German industry's role in supporting Nazis. So legislators believed that economic monopolies could be dangerous for democracy. So Article 15 was really drafted into the Constitution and designed to combat the misuse of economic power against democracy. But as I said, this article allows for the socialization of land, and that's why sort of like our referendum or our demand is legally backed by Article 15 of the German Constitution. Now I want to sort of like say something about the referendum that we are doing at the moment. A referendum in the state of Berlin is an instrument of direct democracy, and it has 3 steps. The first step, so the first phase of the referendum, we already did that successfully in 2019, is to collect 20,000 signatures in 6 months to enter the next phase of the referendum. And we, in 2019, collected 77,000 signatures in 4 months, which I think already shows like the high support we have in the city for our demands. So where are we at now? We are in the second step of the referendum, where we have to collect 175,000 signatures in 4 months. And this period just started, and it ends at the end of June. And if we are successful with collecting this 175,000 signatures, there will be a vote on the socialization of large-scale housing companies in September, and the successful vote, if it is successful, it would then ask the Senate to draft a law on the socialization of housing companies. So we, as I said, we had in the first phase of collecting signatures in 2019, and we're now in the second step. And in sort of like the meantime, we have grown from primarily being a grassroots initiative, I think, to a movement of some kind, because we have 1,700 people who are organized in our local neighborhood groups, also called Kiez teams, all over Berlin. And we really see the strength of the campaign in the organizing work we are doing. So we are not only sort of like our campaign builds upon existing tenant initiatives and tries to bring them together under this one common demand, but we also try to bring people together that are affected or are individually affected, one could say, by the housing crisis, and to organize against it collectively. And we use the referendum really as a means for this organizing work that we are doing. Because we think also that the referendum, of course, allows for, but also requires a discussion on the topic of ownership in housing and the democratic control thereof on all social levels. And this is why, or this has also led to like great support from trade unions, political party, other tenant initiatives and organizations, as I already said. And now I want to end my presentation with briefly showing you how our campaign is internally organized. Because as I said, we've grown to become quite a movement, I would say. And we have a general assembly, which meets every second Tuesday. And you could say that this is sort of like the democratic core of our campaign, and their general decisions are made. We have a lot of working groups. One is our legal working group that is concerned with, for example, how socialization could technically work. They're drafting a law at the moment on how, a law really that would allow for socialization. We have a working group that is concerned with public relations. We have one that is specifically dedicated to tenant organizing. That is how to sort of like circulate the knowledge that we have on tenant organizing and help to further push other tenant initiatives in their initial steps in their fight against their landlords. We have one working group that is dedicated to campaigning. We have another that is dedicated to the collection of signatures, one on organizing cultural events. And lastly, we have also a Right to the City for All working group. This is our English-speaking working group. And they're also working on the topic of how we can sort of like problematize that so many people are excluded from voting in a referendum at the Berlin state level, because you basically have to be a German citizen and you need to be based in Berlin and have an Anmeldung to be able to participate in sort of like instruments of direct democracy in Berlin, which is obviously a problem. Then we have the Co-Kreis, it's sort of like the coordinating group in our campaign, and each working group sends one member to this Co-Kreis. And then, as I already mentioned, we have the Kiez teams, so the local neighborhood groups where the collection of signatures is organized. And I said we have roughly, I think, 1,700 people organized in these Kiez teams at the moment. And these are really the people that some of you who are living in Berlin might have seen on the streets collecting signatures. So, that's it for my presentation, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Rabea. This is pretty impressive. And I think it shows us really well that developing a strategy of privatizing the mega landlords touches down on far more than just the real estate market. This really touches down on the very basics of law, of culture, of our entire collective understanding of how primary resources should be available for everyone. And what I find quite striking about your presentation, just the simple fact that this Article 15 that you presented in the German Constitution seemed to have been forgotten a little bit by many people, because reading it almost reads like utopia. And I'm always surprised in being reminded of this article, as a cornerstone of our very constitution. It's there. It's it's the basis for any legal actions, but it's never really put into practice, it seems, or hardly ever, at least as far as I know. So looking at all these different complexities that you are tackling by being an active member of Expropriate Deutsche Wohnen und Co., I wonder, how would you describe the biggest challenge you are currently facing? What is it that is more complex than any other thing, if you can put it like that?
You mean in sort of like the campaign work that we're doing?
Yes. I'm sorry. What I mean is, what would you describe as your biggest challenge in terms of getting organized?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's obviously good that we have this sort of like instrument of direct democracy at the Berlin level, but it's quite demanding. Right, as you've probably seen by like me going through the 3 steps. It's just a ridiculous amount of work that is required to facilitate a referendum in Berlin, and this is, I think, it's obviously a problem, and it really is quite demanding and causes a lot of work. So that is definitely one thing, and obviously with like a pandemic that we have at the moment, it doesn't make things easier. I think what is also, of course, sort of like challenging is that Expropriate Deutsche Wohnen and Co. Sounds like a very radical demand. So it's really, you really have to talk to people, and you need to reach not only sort of like people living in Neukölln, Kreuzberg, so in the inner districts, but you have to go out of the like Berlin ring, I don't know, and really talk to people, talk to them about their situation, about their housing situation, and then sort of like try to talk to them about like why we think expropriation, or it's really a socialization, it's not an expropriation, it's just the name, why this would be a solution for the housing crisis. And of course there is a lot of law, a lot of like work, and also like a lot of work sort of like translating this rather, I think, abstract concepts into their real material consequences, and make that sort of graspable for people.
Yeah, I can imagine. I really would like to look into these different complexities one by one in order to make it accessible for everyone, what it actually means to kick off a campaign like that, plus a referendum, and coming up with a clear vision. So I would like to start, and just telling you, questions already are coming in the chat, and everyone who is following in our live stream. So lovely to have you here. Just leave your comments and questions in the chat, and I make sure to pass it on to Rabea. One thing I would like to start with, Rabea, how often does it happen to you that people are sort of, I don't know how to phrase it, are sort of being put off by maybe the utopian, the radical utopian character of this demand of really expropriating such a mega company that holds so much power and resources in Berlin? Does it happen to you often that people say, oh, no, this is unrealistic, and this is socialism, or this is like, it's just something we don't want to be part of?
I think it doesn't happen too often, and people say that it's not realistic or not possible, because I think, and this is really also one strength of our campaign, is that we sort of like, it is legally possible, and there've been at the very beginning of the campaign a few lawyers that said, there was also of course like a lawyer that said it isn't possible, but really as you probably know, like, law is also a political decision and how you read law. But sort of like, I think, it's a strength of our campaign that it is legally possible. So I don't hear that often that it is utopian and not possible. Mm-hmm. Sometimes there are, of course, critical questions like how much will it cost? But then also sort of like we have our answer to how much it could cost and how it could be like budget neutral for Berlin. What we hear more often is that people just politically disagree that it is not the right thing on how to tackle the housing crisis. So there's always this argument that we need to build more houses and so on and so forth. So it becomes more of like a political disagreement, I think, or more often that people say, okay, socialization is just not the right way to tackle the housing crisis. We need to sort of like push the building push building in the city and so on.
Yeah, I'm asking the question because sometimes I have the feeling that anything that moves towards socializing public territory in whatever way awakens some deep fears that seem to be part of a lot of people in mainstream culture here in Germany. And that maybe is a deep-sitting fear of, that socializing things can end up in chaos or are generally a bad thing. So I can imagine that there is a cultural barrier, but I also see, looking at the way you communicate and looking at the level of organizing within the initiative. So there seem to be highly skilled people working there and making sure that they bring across the message in a way that it's really engaging for people rather than providing them with too much of utopia that they cannot grasp. So that seems to work really well. I have a question coming in from the chat. There is a person here who is also part of a Kiez team, and there is the suggestion to tell a little bit about the solidary places and how this work, because I find it's very well organized and includes all levels of organizations. Would you like to pick that up?
Yeah, definitely. It's so weird that I cannot see the people asking the questions. But
I mean, because you are now on the video conferencing tool. But what you could do, of course, Rabea, you can bring up the conference website on another tab of your browser. Just mute the sound there. Or simply do not click on the live stream, so we don't get feedback loops. And then you can check the chat directly.
Okay. But maybe that's too difficult. I'm just going to speak.
No, I'm happy to pass on questions for you. That's completely fine.
Okay. Yeah. So the solidarische, we call it solidarische Orte. So as I said, we have these Kiez teams. There's like working groups. It's really they are not Kiez teams, but rather like sort of like teams working in the districts. And one thing that we came up with is this concept of solidarische Orte. So really places that could be public places or like bars, cafes, cinemas. Obviously, a lot of these places are closed at the moment, but some not, supermarkets and so on and so forth, that support the campaign. And what they're doing mostly is like putting sort of like the list where you can sign somewhere in their cafe or supermarket, and people can sign. And so, it's also a nice thing to see how a lot of these places show solidarity with the campaign. And again, it's quite surprising, like sort of like the range of different people and owners of shops and so on and so forth that support the campaign. And it's really nice if you walk through the city and encounter all these little places.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, there's also a question coming in on alternative ways of organizing the assets after expropriation, but we'll get to that later, because I think that's like the core topic of our conversation. I wanna save that a little bit. But what I'm also really interested in is because you quite at the beginning of your presentation, you talked about the legal framework, and you also have a legal work group. Can you talk a little bit about who is in that work group and what they are actually doing?
Yeah, so I'm not in that working group.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, I don't know how many people, probably around 10, but more. I don't know, it changes obviously from like when we started in 2017 up to now. We have a few lawyers in that group, other people that have been active in sort of like Berlin urban social movements for quite some time, and therefore accumulated knowledge on not only, basically accumulated knowledge in sort of like how the rental market works, but also what the legal possibilities are. And I think this sort of like really rich pool of knowledge comes together in this working group, not only in this working group, also definitely in other working groups. But this is sort of like the working group that or works specifically on the technical issues around how socialization would be legally possible. Also, like the legal sort of like background of a referendum and all these questions. And they really also sort of like, work on our sort of like visions for how socialization could work, how sort of like a compensation of housing companies could work below market price or market value, also how a compensation could be budget neutral and refinanced through rents, and all these questions.
Yeah, I'm really interested if any of these mega corporations that you are demanding to expropriate is already in touch with you. Are they talking to you?
As far as I know, no.
Oh, really?
I think there have been some events in the past, some public events with, for example, the CEO of Deutsche Wohnen, but otherwise there are no sort of like conversations on the topic.
That's
other than maybe in
interesting.
like media in the end, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's really interesting to ignore that. I mean, if thousands of people are organized there, it's quite an interesting move to ignore it, right? But yeah.
To be honest, I don't think that they're ignoring it, but I'm waiting for a response.
Yeah, or maybe waiting for that moment when the self-organized structure starts to fade, because that might be the hope, right? That in the end, time might solve it. But looking at the campaign and also looking at your referendum goals and your timeline, there seems to be a constant buildup of resources and people joining, right?
Yeah. So that was really the idea. So after we handed in the first signatures in 2019, we started with developing this like strategy on how we can grow bigger, and we came up also with this idea of kids teams, because otherwise I think it's also quite important, or it's like quite a challenge to collect 200,000 or a bit more, because 240,000 are roughly needed, because some are not valid of the signatures. So it's quite a task to do that in 4 months. So we really thought about how can we do that, and we came up with like this idea of building a structure that is on the one hand like centralized through different parts of the campaign, but also works as decentralized as possible through the kids teams. And I think this was a really good decision, and I don't know, I'm really impressed by the level of work that all the kids teams do, and I'm also in the kids team Neukölln, and it's really it's just great to work together with so many people for a more, I would say, just urban future.
So I guess you have also been present at the housing day yesterday in Berlin, right? So as far as I know, there was a major demonstration taking place. Lots of people took to the streets to demand a total makeover of the real estate crisis here in the city. Can you share some observations and news that you came across there?
I wasn't there, to be honest. I'm in Magdeburg at the moment.
I see. Okay.
Visiting my sister. Oh yeah, so I cannot share.
Okay.
It was really sad, but it was her birthday, so that was had to be the priority yesterday.
Yeah, totally. First things first. Completely understand. So let's look into given the referendum passes, and so there will be action taken at any point in the future. How would you envision then such a privatized organization? How would you envision it to be organized? And maybe we can break it down one by one, because otherwise it's a too big question to answer, right? And I would like to start with something I came across when I prepared for our conversation, and that is the notion of the renters' commons that I came across in one of the publications, meaning that by socializing the assets, there's actually something you cultivate that goes beyond the mere housing assets. But there's also, given that we are talking about 110,000 housing units for Deutsche Wohnen & Co. alone, but they are, of course, from other companies, they are much more. So what is it that actually, that is being cultivated then beyond those assets? Is it the values of a neighborhood? Is it could it be, structures of care? So maybe you can explain a little bit about this idea of the renters' commons.
I think this probably refers more to also what we're planning with the referendum is to socialize the assets of the housing companies, but then to introduce them into a new institution that runs under public law. And this is called Anstalt öffentlichen Rechts in German. It's quite difficult to translate all these concepts to English, but I'm trying my best. So they would be socialized and then transferred to a newly founded institution which runs under public law, Anstalt öffentlichen Rechts. And these Anstalt öffentlichen Rechts, institution under public law, has several advantages. One, that it doesn't work profit oriented. You could enable democratic co-determination of how the houses are run, or how the housing company, the Anstalt öffentlichen Rechts, is run. So we are striving for implementing a tenant council, through which tenants could, and also people working in this association, could participate in decision making. And this is not possible within state-owned housing at the moment. So that's where we see the difference to just nationalizing maybe through the referendum, but to really socialize and then implement participatory tools and democratic decision makings in the government of this institution that then will own the houses.
Do you have any examples of where this is actually already in place?
On the level of housing companies, not really, but the Anstalt öffentlichen Rechts. It's just a legal form of, for example, the German public media like ZDF, ARD, also Berliner Bäderbetriebe, so the sports, public sports facilities. That is the same institutional form.
But I was also referring to maybe international campaigns that have worked successfully. Are you aware of any project, can be anywhere in the world, where this has already, at least in the some parts, happened?
I think I cannot really think of one concrete example, but there are obviously often attempts to common housing, to not only common the property relations, but also how houses are lived in the social relations within housing, and you have sort of like a lot of examples, but to different degrees. In Germany's Genossenschaften also, like maybe a similar example, but there you have some measures of democratic decision making, but then sort of like Genossenschaften are only indebted to their Genossen.
Yeah.
So you can translate it. Then you have the Mietshäuser-Syndikat, where sort of like that is a structure that finances people or cooperatives that want to buy or build housing collectively. So you have this sort of like commoning in the housing market to certain degrees, also in Germany, and there are sort of like successful examples. But I think what is also a bit differently that we are proposing to do this on a really large scale level. And that we think that sort of like the socialization that would then influence the housing market as such, and not just sort of like individual projects, which they are good as such and great examples, but the demand is like one step more, I think.
Yeah, I can imagine that the challenge is basically is exactly the scale. That's the challenge, right? Because the examples you were giving about cooperative housing, which has been around, all over the world, I would say, in different variations, that usually looks into the different units, and it's also that looking at cooperative housing here in Berlin, very often you have cooperatives founded for specific units. It's rather small scale. And other organizations, such as the Community Land Trust, for instance, they follow a different aim, but it's closely connected. This is about securing land from the real estate market, and then eventually build on it and create a housing cooperative on top of it. But I think this step of taking over such a huge complex with more than 100,000 housing units and an existing organizational form that in itself is functioning, to take that over and to start rebuilding it, that is certainly something. I just would be interested in finding examples. Could be also of other sectors, but maybe they're not. Maybe that touches down on the big question of what happens on the day after the revolution, right? When sometimes it happens, we're working towards a specific goal, and then you get there, and wow, what is going to happen then? Do you have people in the campaign that already spent like the majority of their time for it and could imagine to become maybe to take on a more like a role, like a real job profile role, or is this mainly volunteers spending a couple of hours there?
I think it's full voluntary work, and I think for the moment we want to keep it like that, because it has advantages and disadvantages, but there are quite a few people that spend like a full-time job of hours on the campaign besides their normal job. So it's obviously also demanding and stressful. But in terms of like, then I think your question might have tackled also on the question on who will work in this public law institution after the socialization. And I think the proposal is also that obviously there are like a lot of people working in these housing companies now, and you would need to save their jobs. And this is really, I think, something that, is also, the campaign is also saying that obviously people are not going to be fired after the socialization, so people would just keep their jobs, but their jobs would be transferred into this new institution. And we can also say that sort of like, well, I think, and there are a few sort of like articles and studies that working conditions in the housing companies aren't as good as you might want them to be. So we can also see of like connecting struggles, not only connecting struggles for like or the struggle for better housing, but also obviously the struggle for better working conditions within the housing companies.
I can imagine that besides the organizational challenge, there's also the question of how to finance that, right? Because the referendum in itself is aiming at gathering the signatures for making the referendum pass, to really put it on the political agenda. But at the same time, I can imagine that people in your campaign are also busy with fundraising. How important is that currently for Deutsche Wohnen und Co. and Eignen, the finance aspect of things?
Yeah, so it costs a little, of course, but we had a very successful crowdfunding campaign in December. We have some, how you say, what spenden?
Donations?
Donations, sorry, I was saying no.
No worries.
Donations are coming in. Then we have support by the Bewegungsstiftung, which is like a funding body that funds different social movements in Germany. So yeah, that's basically how we finance ourselves and our work at the moment.
Mm-hmm. But have you other fundraising campaigns planned? Because obviously, I can imagine the bigger the movement grows, the more money is being needed. Are there any already maybe potential partnerships you're working towards? Or is your main goal now really getting the referendum to pass?
I think the main goal now is getting the referendum to pass. Yeah, that's at least sort of like the discussions in the campaign that I'm following, but there might be other people working also like finance issues. But I'm not so aware of that, and it might not be the biggest topic at the moment, to be honest. I think just really sort of like the issue or the question of not only collecting the signatures now. So the signatures that we have to hand in June, this 200,000 signatures, but also sort of like to planning how we can really talk to people, do door knocking before the actual election in September, because there's a lot of like work to do and to talk to people, to really convince them, about our aim. And I think this is basically, that's the main work and the main discussion we're doing. Sort of like not only planning the collection of signatures, but what comes after, before September.
Yeah, I can imagine. And I would be very interested in hearing, what's the responses in the political landscape, not only in Berlin but all over Germany. What are reactions you have been facing over the past months and weeks? Because I can imagine that everyone likes the idea. And what was your experience?
Yeah, I think it's less a topic on sort of like the, how you say, federal level at the moment. What do you say that? Because obviously there are other topics. We have the pandemic, and I can imagine it will become a topic again with the upcoming elections. So for the Bundestag in September. But obviously it's a hot topic discussed in Berlin, and there we have the left party fully supporting the referendum, also with their like basis groups doing a lot of work in our kids teams, and really sort of like material support and active support through a lot of people from the left party being involved in the campaign and in the kids teams. Then we have the Greens that sort of like support the campaign, but have their criticism on the campaign. I think the criticism goes mainly towards the number that we've chosen, because we say that we want to socialize housing companies that own more than 3,000 flats in Berlin. And they say, that's a quantitative criterion is not enough. We need a qualitative one, and we need to look at how these housing companies are actually behaving. And then we are saying, but the quantitative one is the one that is legally possible. And also, if you sort of like take the companies that own more than 3,000 flats, you really have sort of like the financialized housing companies that are at the systemic root of the problem. So we have this discussion going on, and it's an ongoing one. And then Social Democrats, you have sort of like the youth groups sort of like supporting the campaign, others with like smaller district groups also supporting the campaign, but then the party as such having a clear no vote against it. And yeah, the more like conservative CDU, I haven't heard a lot on their position about it, but yeah.
Yeah,
I think what is interesting that there are sometimes polls that sort of like look at how people from conservative parties or where the conservative parties would also support referendum. So you can see here that it's also a question that cannot be put into like left or conservative or whatever categories, but really also the material conditions make people decide yes or no on it, I think.
Have there been any attempts to block the referendum at all?
Yeah, I think so. So at least to sort of like play on time with it, because after after the first phase of the signature collection in 2009, then it enters into a phase where it's checked on its legal feasibility through the Senate for Interior, I think it is. And we really waited more than 1 year on the responses of this sort of like legal, if it's legally possible to speak. So that might be sort of like a way to play on time to see if sort of like the campaign loses its power or strength in the meantime. And I think also one could understand the rent cap to be like an attempt, or that would be the negative understanding of the rent cap. The positive understanding of the rent cap is obviously we already succeeded with the rent cap. So that is a newly introduced law in Berlin that sort of like freezes the rents at a certain level, and also you can lower the rents to a certain level. That was introduced in,
I think it was 2 years ago. No, it went into effect last year.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah.
I think autumn somewhere. Yeah, autumn 2020.
Yeah.
So that is on the one hand a success by the campaign, and sort of like party officials really told us, oh, you created sort of like the political momentum for such a radical law to be published. Or to take effect and to draft such a radical law. So that is really success of the campaign. And on the other hand, it was also said it's also an attempt to find a less radical version or less radical solution for the housing crisis, and to not sort of like, to take a bit the pressure out of the housing market, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I think it's going to be interesting to see how this campaign will develop, because ultimately what we're touching on is everyone's right for housing, right? To really make sure that this is a basic human right, and that it's also secured in the Constitution. So I think in the end, what might happen to you is that the campaign might dissolve, but then manifest itself into into various outlets in lawmaking, in financing new projects, in organizing tenants, renters in a completely different way, and maybe also in redefining ownership and responsibility that comes along with ownership, because that's very often neglected. So, I could easily imagine that one of the hardest things that could happen to you is that the campaign splits up, and that you could maybe put a lot of your knowledge into these different fields that are obviously emerging now, not only in Berlin, but probably in other cities as well. Let me just, please, if you want to respond to that. Please do.
I would say, definitely. But also it's like, obviously a very good process that is happening now is also like what I said earlier, like the circulation of knowledge around different topics, not only like tenant right, but also how to use law politically, how to sort of like organize a campaign, how to organize a tenant initiative. There's obviously knowledge that will not be lost, also not after the referendum took place in September, and that we should really build upon.
So I'm curious, how does decision-making take place within your campaign? Do you have protocols for that, or is that different every time?
So the general decisions are made in the assembly that meets every second Tuesday. There's sort of like the big decisions taken, and then we have these other working groups that are sort of like also work a bit independently in the meantime. But if you feel like you have something that really affects the whole campaign or the strategy and the way it's going forward, then this decision would to be made during the General Assembly.
And how do you decide? Is it by majority vote or is... do you use voting at all, or?
Yeah, we use voting. I think it's majority vote.
Majority vote. Okay. Yeah, I'm just interested because like reorganizing organizations like that also require, I guess, new approaches in capturing people's sentiments on things and voting. So that's interesting to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it would be great if you could let people know, those of you that are watching us right now, how they can become engaged. What is it that they can do? How can they get in touch? Is there a minimum of time people need to commit to in order to become a member of your campaign?
No, there's not a minimum of time people would need to commit to. I think that can be very low level. Low level. Yeah. So what is obviously the most important thing at the moment is to really collect signatures. And everybody can get involved with this. And we also have workshops that introduce you on how to sort of like best talk to people, how to get your signature, and so on and so forth. So if you want to practice before you go out on the street, you can do that. Then we have, and it's best if you want to get involved with the collection of signatures, we have this smartphone app where you can see all the events happening, where people are collecting signatures, where they're sort of like in which park they're standing in front of which supermarket they're at the moment, and when they're there, and you can just simply go there. Or you check what your local kids team is doing. And a lot of the kids teams now have a headquarters, so on the weekend, a place where you can find them, talk to them, get the material you need to go out on the streets. Obviously, they're also reachable via email. If you want to get in touch with them, you find that on all the different email addresses on our website. So that's one thing to get involved in. And kids teams not only collect signatures, which is as such the most important task at the moment, but also they're involved in organizational work. That's also like one thing that one can do. Then we have all these different working groups that still, of course, invite people to work with them. So that's probably it for the Berliners. And it's quite a range of possibilities to get involved, I think. And if you're from another city, there's also we plan on, and we see if the pandemic allows for it. We plan on having a camp in June, I think, or Pfingsten, where other people from other German cities are invited to just come here. There will be workshops. There will be also like a collective effort to collect signatures. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And those who are watching, Eon has placed the links both in the chat on our website, but also on the Discord server. And Rabea, I have no idea to what extent you have followed the conference, so you are also invited to check the Discord server. You should have all the links in your on the website, but also in your invite. Would be great if there's anything that you would like to share in terms of resources, publication links, please do. I think people would be really interested. And before we part, we have 2 more minutes. I would be really interested on a personal level. What is your major learning that you drew from your work within Expropriate Deutsche Wohnen und Co. so far?
Oh, that's hard. That's a tricky question. I don't know. I think, don't know if I have a major learning outcome, to be honest, but I obviously one, like grows and learns a lot from like practices, or this whole organizing practices. I didn't know anything about it before I started in a talent initiative in Kreuzberg some years ago. So really, I think one is constantly learning on how to organize, on how to do organizational work in neighborhoods and so on and so forth. And I think I'm still learning, but I cannot put it in one, one major outcome.
Yeah, listening to you, I have the feeling that there is a lot of knowledge that got built up over the years, and also within this entire scene, right? And I'm also curious to see how this knowledge sharing will take place further on, because there's so much you can know in terms of how to disrupt legal frameworks, how to disrupt, some market ideologies. So there's a lot of knowledge to be shared. And I hope we will hear more from Deutsche Wohnen und Co. Enteignen and similar initiatives. And Rabea, thank you so much for being here, taking the time and talking to us. And I wish you good luck and hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Ela.
Bye.
And also thanks for inviting me or us.
It was a pleasure.
Thanks.
Bye, Rabea.
Bye.
So thanks a lot. And we'll take a 15 minutes coffee break. Get a coffee or a tea or some fresh air. And we see you back in 15 minutes at 2:15 for our next conversation with Jonathan Miller. And he will talk about Amazon as the Death Star of the COVID-19 crisis. See you in 15 minutes. Hi, welcome back, everyone. And please welcome Jonathan Miller with me, who is already here in our video conference. Hi, Jonathan. Hey, good to see you. Great image.
Likewise. Thank you.
Yeah, really happy you could join us. Jonathan Miller is co-founder of the Tech Workers Coalition here in Berlin, and he's also a trade union organizer. And he's been, he's generally a person who is very active thinking about power dynamics of large corporations. He has also been busy within the Berlin versus Amazon movement. And today, Jonathan and I will talk about Amazon's role in the pandemic and how could they become, I mean, they have been big all the time, but they became even bigger. And can I ask you, Jonathan, the image that we see behind you, is that possibly this tower that was planned to build in Berlin?
Exactly. So it's part kind of a dystopian future and part, I'll be frank, I mean, this is one of the positive things I have to say about Amazon is I think the architecture is really beautiful. Don't tell anyone else. I hope no one from my collective is watching. But this is the Edge Tower, which is a 140-meter tall building. It would become the tallest building in all of Berlin. And it's right by Warschauer Straße, Bahnhof. And this would be where Amazon would consolidate its 3 existing different offices in Berlin. And it would be primarily for people who are working in tech, you know, the Amazon Web Services, Alexa, their audio-based services.
And why did Berliners object so much against this tower? Why didn't they succeed here? Because I know in London, no one really seemed to care too much about an Amazon tower being built. No one didn't seem to care too much about Google Campus being established. So what was the particular issue in Berlin?
I mean, where to start? There's 100 reasons to oppose this tower in Berlin. So I think the most popular, the biggest reason specifically in this location is anti-gentrification. Berlin is has the highest growth rate of rent of any capital around the world, higher growth rate than London, higher growth rate than San Francisco. And Berliners don't want to become like London or San Francisco. And they understand that Amazon in general is one of the most exploitive and extractive multinational corporations. So if Amazon expands its feet in Berlin, it's also going to completely change the face of Berlin. And not just through what Amazon is doing, but also through the other kinds of companies that are coming to Berlin. And you see this in the past. I mean, Berlin was kind of this cosmopolitan cultural capital, and now it's slowly becoming this tech capital where you have Zalando is headquartered here along the Media Spree nearby, along with Tesla's opening up factories. So it's, I think, symbolic of many things that Berliners are opposed to.
When did the Berlin versus Amazon movement started? Did it start right at the beginning when people understood that there were plans to build this tower, or was there a movement even before that?
So Berlin versus Amazon as a coalition itself formed in October of 2019. And so for several years, people knew, because of public records, that there was going to be some kind of tower built in Friedrichshain. They didn't know the full extent or the details, and they certainly didn't know who the primary tenant would be. So in September 2019, when we found out that Amazon would be the primary tenant of this tower, we immediately coalesced and went public in October.
Okay, I see. I would suggest, before we move on a little bit more and zooming into the world of Amazon, I would just invite you to talk a little bit about the Tech Workers Coalition in Berlin, because that's also closely linked to Amazon, right? So just to give people an idea of what TWC is all about and how to join, maybe.
Sure thing. So Tech Workers Coalition itself actually started in the year 2014 as a collaboration between tech workers or software developers and people who work in the service tech industry. So the people who make it possible to run a tech company. And that's not just software engineers, but people like the property service cleaners, the security guards, the bus drivers. And so this was formed in San Francisco in 2014. And since then, the Tech Workers Coalition has expanded to a number of cities, mostly in North America, but in recent years also in Italy, in London, in Bangalore. All of these are tech capitals. So I had the question, why not in Berlin? And so in June 20 of 2019, we launched our first public meeting for the Tech Workers Coalition. And since then, we've been primarily catering to people working in the platform economy, in small startups like Cobot, to large startups. Most recently, we formed works councils at SoundCloud, at N26. And so we have the full spectrum of kind of tech companies that we're working with. And if you want to find out more information about us, you can look us up at techworkersberlin.com.
Okay, so the primary goal is to really lobby and help securing workers' rights for people working in the tech industry, right? Okay, that's interesting.
Exactly.
And I know that that also entails helping with founding of unions within tech companies, which we know is generally a problem. And many tech companies try to avoid that because, yeah, it brings a lot of problem to their normal proceedings, let's say. So what has been your experience about that over the past years? Did you manage to help with some unions being founded in tech companies? Yeah.
Definitely. So I think what's interesting is Berlin is, or Germany more generally, is one of those places where the laws are quite strong if you know what they are. And if you're able to enforce them, that's the second part that's also really crucial. But most of the people working in the tech industry, whether it's kind of the imported Californian ideology or because they're immigrants, they don't know what all of their rights are. And of course, you also see many companies who are aware of this and try to skirt these obligations by, for example, making use of freelance status or other non-employee based rights. That said, we've had some successes. So at SoundCloud, just a little under a month ago, they formed their first Works Council in the Berlin office. And at N26, this was a very combative situation where the company filed legal injunctions, citing concerns about corona and social distancing. This is kind of a theme where companies are creating unsafe environments, but then using corona as a guise to union bust.
Yeah.
But in short, I think we're definitely moving forward, and I'm really excited by that. And I think for all of the people watching this, whether you work at a small startup of 5 employees or a large foundation, a nonprofit, a for-profit, or even a public university setting, you absolutely can join a union. And you can also form a works council or a staff council. If you have questions, I'm personally appealing to you. You're more than welcome to contact the Berlin Tech Workers Coalition. Don't worry about what kind of company or office setting you're in. Like, fundamentally, as long as you're a worker, we're interested in helping you.
Yeah, thanks so much for mentioning that, Jonathan. And we will also place the links to your organizations in the chat and also on the Discord group. And those of you watching us and following the live stream and the chat, please just share your questions and comments, and I'm happy to pass it on to Jonathan for the next 45 minutes. So for me, it was just important to ask you or to let people know that there is already structures being put in place right now. Because talking about Amazon and its role in the pandemic is sort of super intimidating just because of the sheer size and power of that organization. So I thought, okay, let's start with, actual, organizational power that is there also on the side of the activists, and it's growing. So we are not starting from nowhere. But I would just be interested, as a starting point to talk about that topic, whether you could give us an idea of what happened actually over this past year of the pandemic that allowed Amazon to really become the Death Star, right? The uncontested entity. Whether we like it or not, it's. I'm not saying that out of admiration, rather out of, I don't even know. But I would just be curious to hear from you. How could that happen? What were the different steps that led to that position?
Yeah, I mean, without doubt, Amazon is so large. We can't just, not talk about it and then hope it goes away, or, buy local and then hope that Amazon will somehow skip our city. It's past that point. So, I mean, a year ago, before this whole COVID pandemic really became the daily reality for all of us here, watching over Zoom or sitting at home, Amazon was already a $1 trillion corporation, and Jeff Bezos already broke records for hitting the $100 billion valuation. Fast forward a year later, I mean, Jeff Bezos is worth nearly double that at $200 billion, and Amazon's profit has skyrocketed over 200%. So it's the clear winner of the COVID pandemic. As more and more corporations are going bankrupt or decreasing their businesses, Amazon has been expanding. And one of the most exciting union drives that's happening in Bessemer, Alabama, that was a location that was started during right after Corona started. So, I mean, Amazon has hired over 250,000 new workers. So for the first time, they now have over 1 million employees globally. So, I mean, for Amazon, this has been a really good time for the shareholders, and I think it's one of the most important labor struggles for that reason, because in labor power, you built it by going after the most powerful players, by going after the people with the most money, the people who are stealing the most wages from the workers and skirting their obligations like tax duties, etc.
Yeah, so you already addressed that basically talking about Amazon's power, not only in the workplace, but basically in global economy, touches down on quite a number of structural problems. Can you name a few of them?
Yeah. And in general, I mean, it's quite difficult to talk about Amazon because it encompasses so many things.
Yeah.
So, I mean, most people, when they think about Amazon from a consumer point of view, they're thinking about like Amazon Prime or the ability to order online as a retail service. And that's true. A large percentage of their revenue does come from that kind of business. But then there's a whole other sector of Amazon, and it's actually the most profitable services they provide is Amazon Web Services. So, I mean, I'm communicating with you over Zoom, and Amazon is hosting Zoom through its Amazon Web Services. Nearly 70% of the internet, nearly 70% of the web is facilitated through Amazon Web Service tools. And so the tools that Amazon uses internally is also outsourced to other companies. So when we're talking about things like Alexa, this audio voice recognition service, Amazon's also making that outsourced and available to other companies to do their natural language processing. Now, some of this can have positive implications, the ability to translate books and language and materials, but it can also be used for more sinister purposes, and it primarily is like military and police surveillance. You can buy it in, I know, MediaMarkt, but it hasn't made huge waves in Germany. Amazon's device, the Ring, is a recent acquisition where you ring a bell and there's facial recognition and it allows you into the home. So Amazon becomes your private home security guard effectively. That Ring is also, Amazon has collaborated with nearly 100 police law enforcement agencies to provide this data free of warrants or any other normal regulatory measures. And now when we talk about Amazon and profitability, it gets very complicated. I can tell you, that they make a significant number of revenue, but, in the United States, because of taxation laws, Amazon would argue that it's not making any profits because it's reinvesting its revenue back into the business. So whether it's profitable or not is complex, but it's definitely safe to say that they are doing everything they can to skirt their taxation duties. Here in Europe, that means setting up kind of what they call a double Dutch, tax havens in Ireland, and Netherlands, and the Cayman Islands. And this is not unique to Amazon. I mean, Apple is one of the biggest tax dodgers as well. But in short, I mean, Amazon is no exception when it comes to these things. I think where Amazon is also unique is it is one of the largest union-busting corporations. So And we need to be very careful when we say that, because there is significant geographic nuance when we're talking about countries like France, Italy, Germany. Amazon isn't a union-friendly corporation, but things like corona death rates or infection rates, the safety conditions, the wages, they're certainly much better than when we're looking at countries like in the Philippines, in Poland, or in the United States. But overall, I think it's quite safe to say that Amazon is a union-hostile corporation.
And I think also Amazon has brought up another phenomenon. I don't know whether it's new or not, but looking outside the streets of Berlin, it's also that Amazon is also really dominating in a way our streets. A lot of our, of the mobility sector is being dominated by Amazon drivers and the whole mobility of delivery of Amazon orders. And also looking outside of Berlin, one thing I realize is that more and more I see these tremendous warehouses being put in the midst of nowhere outside of Berlin in Brandenburg. And once you leave the highway, then first thing you see is an Amazon warehouse, right? So I think this dominance in taking over public infrastructure. On the one hand, I mean, of course, if they build a warehouse, I guess they're buying the land or they pay the rent for it. That's one thing. But then there's also this other component of blocking streets and taking advantage of mobility infrastructure without paying for it, right? So that's another, I think, problematic field we need to tackle when talking about Amazon. And another topic I was hoping to cover with you was the lack of alternatives or the lack of choice. So is that real, or is that just a fantasy that there aren't enough alternatives out there? And is it just a matter of people making the wrong choices?
The second question is a really big one, so I'm going to jump to the first part, which is less big. So, I mean, I think this is a really good point. So with the Berlin versus Amazon and this kind of tower behind me, the imagery is of Amazon taking up space in this cultural metropolis. But most of the fulfillment centers and the kind of brick and mortar facilities of Amazon are in places that are strategically located to major highways, to major airports. So Amazon, for example, in in Germany, is expanding near the Halle airport, very close to Leipzig. And most of the people, or in Poznan, it's in the outskirts of Poznan. So, and most of the people that work at these fulfillment centers, they're getting penalized because they often have very limited public transit to get to work even.
Yeah.
And so, on one hand, Amazon is making a proposition because they typically go to areas with few jobs or with bad infrastructure, and they make this, very benevolent proposal to city legislatures. We're going to invest infrastructure, major money, bring jobs to your economy, and oftentimes politicians buy it. But I think what we need to really look into is what are the power structures. So what is Amazon getting out of it? What kind of tax exemptions are they getting out of it? Are they actually benefiting the economy or not? One thing that is positive, I would say, in the United States, this is kind of the default. Amazon has received cumulatively billions of tax dollars in tax cuts. And they have no obligation to stay in the city or not. So if things aren't profitable, they can just close shop and leave. So it's a win-win for Amazon here. And so in the case of New York City, there was a major campaign to get them a multi-billion-dollar subsidy. This was proposed in October of 2017. And then in 2018, February 14th, which coincidentally is Valentine's Day, Amazon announced they're changing their mind. They're not going to build their second headquarters there. Still, even without these subsidies, Amazon still brought 3,000 jobs to New York City afterwards. So it showed that Amazon doesn't actually need these subsidies. They're just trying to get as much as they could. Now, whether that's still a good thing or not, it also shows that the lack of subsidies is not the only thing that's holding back Amazon. Like in Berlin, Amazon is not being offered any subsidies, not formally. In the case of Berlin, what they're banking on is kind of the cultural capital and the prestige of Berlin, but without contributing anything back. I think, we're not in a position to negotiate or discuss this, but kind of the questions I'm thinking or wondering about is, how much public housing would Amazon have to provide? What could or should Amazon give back to society or to the city if it were to be a good neighbor? I think it's too hypothetical at this point, and it's uncomfortable thinking about it. Like, what could Amazon do that would make it a good company? But fundamentally, I think that's what we need to ask if we're actually going to be serious about alternatives, which brings us to the next question. I do think Amazon is a brilliant company, and I don't think they're just a company that dominates because they have sheer capital, although that always helps to have money and capital. But Amazon really does innovate in the way it automates. Of course, a lot of that automation is backed by surveillance and very antisocial work control. But I do think Amazon is innovative, and it would be hard for other companies to come up with alternatives or to come up with a scale that Amazon does have. But so I think alternatives are important, and you have different projects where people are, for example, selling books outside of Amazon. And I think books is no longer even a core business of Amazon, but it's very symbolic. It symbolizes what Amazon started as. I think that's important. And unfortunately, I was really excited for a long time of this data cloud project called Project Gaia, where it was German EU funded. Ironically, though, you have companies like Palantir and Amazon who embraced Project Gaia, as the kind of European way of doing data clouds. So I think this is an example where kind of a nationalist internet splintering took over what could have been good alternatives to Amazon. So I think I don't think there are any clear alternatives, and anything for anyone arguing for kind of a boycott or to buy local. I think the intentions are well, and I'm not going to tell them not to, but I think it's limited.
Yeah, I know of a project that has been kicked off here in Berlin in 2016. And their claim was nothing short of providing an alternative to Amazon and eBay. And the name of the cooperative was, or still is, Fairmondo. And their core business is on selling books online, but also on ethical products. And what they were trying to do, and I think that was in itself was quite a good move, to provide a space for those that simply did not want to order on Amazon because they didn't want to, to support this global economy and so forth. So they addressed this small friction of the market of people that were actively searching for an alternative. The problem is apparently, and that became quite visible with Fairmondo, that it's really difficult to apply cooperative governance and try to be, to be on the same market, such as Amazon. It seems to be completely impossible in terms of funds that need to be generated. So in a way, the project failed, but it didn't fail entirely because it opened up small pockets of opportunities of where retail is actually taking place. And that seems the bookstore runs pretty well, and there have been other countries picking up on the model. So there are different local Fairmondos exchanging books online. So I think there's a great learning to be drawn from there. But I also wonder, some people take pride in never ordering from Amazon. Are they really not touching down on Amazon infrastructure at all, even though they don't have a login at Amazon? I mean, can anyone be entirely free from Amazon? You already gave the Zoom example, but what other examples do you have?
I mean, this was kind of a rhetorical question in many ways, but I think many people are genuinely surprised. I know also, I mean, when you order books, even locally from your bookstore, a lot of times the bookstores, for them, it will be a cost-benefit analysis to order from Amazon. So unless they're explicitly stating they're not Amazon, it's presumptuous to assume that they would be divesting from Amazon. And aside from the fact that the majority of our digital infrastructure is hosted by Amazon, Amazon is also owning a number of other services. And there's many areas where they're kind of experimenting, and they're going to expand when it makes sense for them. So, I mean, Amazon is already entering the kind of musical video streaming services. They own Twitch. They are exploring the kind of the platform economy, both in the online crowd work with Mechanical Turk, but also with their Amazon food delivery, Amazon Fresh. And so I don't think there's any business that Amazon wouldn't touch, if only because they're still examining the markets, but I think really the sky's the limit for Amazon.
So yeah, thanks for that. And while following our conversation, I guess people also get a sense of how complex it actually is to sort of get a grasp on Amazon, to really grasp it and fully understand it in all its implications, because it's huge. It's like it has so many tentacles and implications. But I would be really interested in hearing from you, Jonathan, what you think might be interesting pathways of really, of maybe coming close to a, let's say, coexistence with this corporation. Where would you start?
So I do think the organizing needs to start local, because that's where the genuine community ties and bonds are made. But you cannot stop there, and you really have to expand. So in the United States, you have a broad coalition, Athena for All, which is a community-based coalition of community-based organizations, of trade unions, of civic regulators, anti-monopolists, concerned technologists. And they've managed to, under a single umbrella, attack Amazon from a number of vectors, with civil lawsuits, with exposés, organizing union drives in Alabama and Chicago, New York, exposing the kind of exposing the need for more equitable tax regulation. On the global scale, there's Make Amazon Pay, which Athena for All is a part of, and Tech Workers Coalition is part of it as well, in Berlin versus Amazon. Make Amazon Pay was an initiative originally started by the Progressive International, which I think is the DM25 left-wing party association. Yeah. Anyhow, not so interested in party politics personally, but the Make Amazon Pay coalition ties trade unionists across a number of different countries, along with these Tax Justice International and other groups. I think what's really interesting is, in a way, Amazon also provides an opportunity for the kind of the alter anti-globalization movement to resurface and find some common unity and base. And there's still a lot of differences across these different contexts that we need to overcome. So, people in Friedrichshain are really concerned about the gentrification of the Amazon Tower. But they also need to be concerned with the Filipino call center workers, sleeping in the offices, or the people in California who are getting lung cancer because of the airplanes that are shipping Amazon Prime products. So we really need to have a global perspective. That said, it's easier said than done. I mean, the International always sounds great, but the details are really important. And I think what we are lacking, even if we have all this coordination and collaboration, we are still lacking some kind of fundamental global trade union structure and global taxation laws. And, while we're playing checkers, I mean, Amazon in many ways is playing chess. And so there's a lot that I think we have to step up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's also one of the results of the findings of the current pandemic, that we need more global bodies of taking care of all these big challenges. Also, health is definitely a global issue, and health is pretty much tied to health and safety in the workspace. So I guess that's closely interlinked. I have a question for you coming from the chat. And the question is, what relationship does TWC Berlin and in general have with other unions, whether mainstream or grassroots? How do you relate to them?
Sure. So I personally am a member of IG Metall, which is the metal workers union in Germany, the largest union in Europe. Most of our members are members of Verdi, and so it's interesting because you have, in Germany, it's quite simple. You have 8 trade unions in the DGB, and you also have FAU, which is the Free Anarchist Union, and that's basically it. But in other countries like the United States, where you have hundreds of unions, it gets much more complex. And so in Germany, if you want to organize at Amazon, you organize through Verdi. And so anyone who's a member of Verdi, their dues goes towards the strike fund at Amazon for Verdi workers. It's quite simple there. I mean, within Verdi, it's a quite complex structure because you have a commerce sector and information communication technology sector. But never mind that, the organization is fundamentally simple. And then in the United States, I mean, where you have the RWDSU, the Retail Wholesale Department Service Union, that's the union that's behind the union drive in Alabama. But then you also have Teamsters, who are organizing truck drivers. Many Tech Workers Coalition members are members of Communication Workers America, of nonprofit unions. It's a whole mess. In Italy, we also have a chapter in there as well. We also have members of CGIL, which is the main Confederation of Labor, and that's the main trade union involved with organizing in Amazon. And in the United Kingdom, also similar situation. You have multiple trade unions. So GMB is, I don't think it even stands for anything. It's one of the main trade unions involved with organizing at Amazon. But you also have members of Unite, of Communication Workers Union, acronyms of acronyms. And I would say this is one of the things Tech Workers Coalition tries to avoid. We bring a pro-labor message, and the details are important, but I don't think it needs to be on a poster with the 50 different acronyms, because that scares people away. But in short, we definitely have very strong relations and communications as members and as co-union affiliates.
Yeah, and I can also imagine that there's an incredible amount of insights, knowledge, and data that is building up not only on TWC but also in other initiatives. So, are you often requested by public bodies or governments to share some of that insights, or is that not happening at all?
It's interesting because our first and foremost priority is the workers. That's by workers and for workers. But obviously, we also have a perspective that's really important for civil society, for academics, and also legislators. So just 2 weeks ago, we had a meeting with the BMAS, which is the Berlin Labor Ministry, but also city council legislatures. People are interested kind of grappling with the questions of digitization of society, but also unionizing platform economies. How do we go there? And, it's not something we all have answers to, but we've been day to day grappling with these questions. And so I'm really happy. In some sense, I'm happy that people are reaching out to the Tech Workers Coalition. But we also need to recognize that there's an immense privilege. I don't think we are more important or better at labor organizing than other sectors or other workers. Absolutely not. Mm-hmm. If anything, we're absolutely new to this and we're making a lot of novice mistakes. But I think tech has a lot of hype. And if we can use that hype to benefit the broader labor movement, I think it's an opportunity we should take.
Yeah, and that also brings me to my next question, because I think a lot in the mainstream thinking, there's this tendency to look at workers in tech as privileged, and most of them, people rather white and Western and well educated. So it might not be entirely clear for many people out there to what extent it's necessary to protect tech workers in general. And I think it would be interesting to hear specifically from you why it is important and why there needs to be regulations for people working in tech.
So I think this is kind of the name of the Tech Workers Coalition often gets a lot of pushback from people working in tech. We're not really workers. We don't need organizing. And also people outside of tech, especially in Berlin, who hate techies with a passion. And that's fine. I'm not here to change your mind. But I would... But I would argue there's twofold. So on one hand, yes, many people in the tech industry, come from much more privileged backgrounds, have much more labor bargaining positions. They can negotiate higher salaries, they can leave a job. And often that's what most people in the tech industry do. If they're unhappy, they just leave and find another job. But what this ends up with is an entire tech industry that's unaccountable internally and externally. And I think tech workers need to get organized, not just for kind of the public benefit, but also for themselves. So there are a number of issues, whether it's related to salary inequality, this heavily racialized, heavily gendered, what this inequality looks like, but also things like on-call duty, the expectation that you're supposed to be available for work 24/7. I had a conversation recently with a nurse, and nurses right now are the symbol of like the most important workers, the most essential workers. And I would argue I have a bullshit job. But we were talking about the similarities of this kind of on-call 24/7 responsibility that we have to our employer. In her case, it was saving lives. In my case, it was keeping the website up and making money. But in terms of the work conditions, we could find some similarities since we were kind of talking about the on-call contracts and regulations. In the health sector, they're much more informed and aware of what the rights are. In the tech sector, much less so. And, if you want to talk about things like holding the most powerful corporations accountable, which is no longer the oil or even banking industries, but it's tech companies like Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, or known as Google, we need to have strong labor unions in those places. And the way to do that is by unionizing in many ways, the most powerful, most privileged workers, because only then can you collectively raise the struggles of people who are in less privileged positions.
Yeah, I understand. Thanks for that. I would once again like to make the link to Amazon. First of all, my question is, in the data warehouses or fulfillment centers from Amazon here in Berlin and beyond, are there any unions or workers' council that have been founded? And if so, what are their main demands, specifically referring to Amazon?
Sure. So Amazon technically opened up their first office in Frankfurt, but really their first fulfillment centers were in 2009 in Bad Hersfeld and Leipzig. And now they're operating in, over 24 fulfillment centers across Germany. Contrary to what people might think sometimes, their primary demands are not related necessarily to wages, but rather it's to the working conditions. So even pre-corona, but especially during corona, things like pay time off, testing regulations, to the level of monitoring and control. So, for example, the amount of breaks they're able to get. And this is not just limited to fulfillment centers. And yeah, they have works councils. But they, even in Amazon Web Services and the data centers, things like screen breaks, these are heavily regimented and controlled. And this is something that the works councils and the trade unions are pushing for.
So screen breaks really is taking a break from the time in front of the computer, right? Because I think for some people it's not really obvious. If you spend like 8 to 10 hours a day in front of the computer, you really need to take breaks without having to excuse yourselves, right? So what is the demand in terms of screen breaks, about the length and duration? What's the recommendation here?
So I don't want to be, because I'm not a lawyer, and it does differ from kind of department to department. If you're talking about within Alexa, where you have kind of your job is to select data items on the screen and label it to help the algorithm. So there's a lot of actually human involvement in this kind of artificial superintelligence, even in those places. The screen breaks are right now limited to under 15 minutes, and that's something they want to increase them to over 15 minutes. But also they want to have more general flexibility. Right now, we can always negotiate or discuss tit for tat what the exact letter of the ruling needs to be. But as a culture, Amazon doesn't trust its employees, and Amazon, ultimately views all of their employees as people to be controlled, people to be mistrusted, and to be punished if, and what happens in one place might be illegal in another. But I think fundamentally Amazon would try to get away with whatever it could anywhere. So in the United States, I was watching in Alabama, if the workers are 1 minute late to work, they get docked for an entire hour of pay. Now that would be completely illegal and wouldn't happen in Germany.
Yeah.
But it shows, it comes to show how far Amazon is trying to squeeze every last shred of dignity and freedom from their workers.
So how much resistance was there from Amazon in setting up Workers' Council here in Germany at all? I mean, of course, it had to happen because our law is much stronger around that compared to other countries. But was there a lot of resistance?
So I don't know the full specifics, but in 2013 was the first strike in Germany at Bad Hersfeld. And this was the first time you had a strike within Europe. And for the longest time, so they had works councils, but there is no collective agreement. And so one of the disputes that's still happening to this day, so there is a works council and that sounds great, but the details are really important. Ironically, Amazon, if it were to recognize a Tarifvertrag, a collective bargaining agreement, Amazon would want to recognize the German workers as logistics workers rather than as commerce workers, because the commerce sector has stronger collective agreements. And this is generally a theme where the question of also with monopolizations, is Amazon a commerce company or not? On the flip side, to show you it's really about what lawyers discuss, you have the opposite situation where Amazon considers the Italian workers to be commerce workers, but the logistics collective agreement in Italy is much stronger. So the Italian trade unions turn to argue the opposite. So on an intuitive level, they're both correct, but I would leave it up to the lawyers. But Amazon is trying to squeeze as much as they could.
Touching down on what you... Yeah, thanks. Touching down on what you said before, that there's absolutely the need of setting up global regulations on the workplace, especially for Amazon workers. Has there been any attempt so far? Has this been on any political agenda? Are you aware of anything like that? Or is this something that is still being fantasized on?
No, it's definitely been discussed. I think there is limited political will because, unfortunately, most politicians in particular are really excited and happy when Amazon is coming to their city or to the country. They think it's the best thing that happened to their economy. So that's one thing we need to make their higher political costs. And in Seattle, which is the kind of the hometown, the headquarters of Amazon, you're seeing that Kshama Sawant beat Amazon-funded opposition candidates. But in most places, Amazon isn't the litmus test, or if it is, being pro-Amazon is the position to take. So that's something we need to change. I was really excited and looking at a proposal from the Tax Justice Network on unitary tax. And that basically moves away from a kind of a revenue-based calculus to a kind of consumer calculus. So if you have real users who bought products in Amazon, it doesn't matter where the legal entity of Amazon is. That's where the taxes should be paid. So the fact that I order from Amazon here in Berlin means I should pay taxes in Berlin and not because Amazon is registered in Cayman Islands or via Ireland. And they give themselves a high IP royalty fee. They exempt themselves from paying their taxes. That shouldn't happen anymore. And I think there is more and more appetite for something like that. I would argue that it would have to happen first within the European Union before it would happen anywhere else, because I think European Union itself is in many ways external to Amazon. And I think with the European Digital Service Act, which is supposed to go into law next year, there's a lot of room to implement or insert laws that would affect primarily, but not only Amazon.
Yeah, I also think there are other large corporations that that we could talk about now, such as Alphabet, such as yeah, Facebook, Uber,
And
Airbnb, and many others, right? That
And also, I mean, they're very popular because we know them as consumers, right? You know people who've ordered an Uber or rented an Airbnb, but there's other companies that these corporations depend on, like Teleperformance or Accenture or Repro, which are all like outsourcing companies. So when you're talking to customer service at Amazon, it's rarely an Amazon employee. But Teleperformance is one of the largest customer service providers for Amazon. And so it's important that we also talk about and regulate those companies. And despite the fact that it's a French company, they still treat the workers horrendously globally. And I'll just add last thing, because I know we're running out of time.
no, we still have a bit of time, so it's no need to rush. It's okay.
Okay, so this is not an Amazon environment. That's good to know.
No. It's okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, I mentioned earlier, that trade unions primarily operate on a national level. I mean, that's partly true. You also have these kind of global union federations, which are federations that have trade unions as their member affiliates. So historically, when we talk about things like tax justice, this is something the Public Service International will pick up, because the Public Service International represents public employees, and public employees are, directly funded by their taxation. But with Amazon, we are seeing a shift where more and more other global union federations like Industrial, which represents kind of production auto assembly lines, to Uni Global, which has the most unions involved in Amazon organizing. We're seeing them take an interest in the broader issues. So, beyond the classic kind of shop floor issues of safety and wages, which are really important. I don't want to underemphasize that, but they're also looking at a kind of community organizing, at the tax structures, monopoly regulations. And so I think you have these institutional bodies, but they really need to be backed by local power on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think, I mean, even though there is agreement in that there's not a real, let's say, competitor or alternative to Facebook and many others, but what I still find quite striking is that there is an emergent field of alternatives in the field in the platform economy. So if I look at initiatives such as Airbnb that currently, that try to tackle the need for temporary renting of space by increasing the stakeholder group, not just a corporation that makes individual lend out their homes, and then they get all the majority of the profit. But what Airbnb is trying to do, and I think it's very intelligent, because they are including the neighborhoods, they're including the city administration. So actually, the people that are directly affected by any of these choices that are being taken, and I'm quite, I mean, this gives, at least this, it seems to be refreshing and hopeful that there are, despite the fact that we are actually really dealing with a Death Star, I think that's safe to say. But it's really good to see that there are initiatives underway that in and of itself are very small, but looking at the broad variety of them, also of, for instance, of drivers, cooperatives that are emerging in various cities where people do not want to work for Uber anymore, or looking at, here in Berlin, the group of bikers that just got laid off Deliveroo 2 years ago within a 1-week notice. They then decided to form their own cooperative in order to organize themselves. Of course, each of these initiatives is working at a very precarious manner. But what is interesting to see is that there is slowly but surely, people start to understand that in order to establish a local food delivery service, it's not healthy if it's only based on the single entrepreneurial decision of a Deliveroo or whatever. But this has to be tackled by a larger group of stakeholders, because there are more sides affected by it. So this is really something, it's a way of thinking that I currently miss in a lot of calls for regulation and so forth, because for me, it really starts by bringing the right people to the table. And I don't know, of course, in the field of retail, I do not know any alternatives in that to talk about. But yeah, looking at this increasing field of platform co-ops, I think there's already some hope emerging. What's your take on that, Jonathan?
I think, in cases where the services are intricately tied to a city or a location, so there's no way I can get a car ride, outside of Berlin if I'm living in Berlin, then you have some negotiating power because you've set the kind of parameters. So when we're talking about things like ordering online or online services, then it's really hard because if you've made a really compelling bookstore alternative where you could order online, Amazon could always find a way to sell it to you cheaper. And so in that case, you would be reliant on customers who are willing to pay the fair price. And that is something that I think is important, but most users are not political in their decision making. So, you do have the organic and the fair trade movement, but it's much smaller compared to kind of pragmatic self-interest of paying for a fair price. But on the other hand, if you're able to find a way to, for example, with public subsidies or provide a very useful service, and it becomes useful because people adopt it the way like a driver's cooperative would or Airbnb, then that's something people would use. I think the point where people will adopt something like Airbnb has to be where they use it because it's a really cool service, not because it's an ethical alternative. I think for the starting base, the ethical alternative framing might be good, but that can be it cannot depend on that framing forever. But I do think cities absolutely could do more to foster these kinds of local alternatives and experiments. And they could also, that doesn't mean they have to reinvent everything on their own. Like I know with the Colima, the Food Courier Collective, they depend on this cooperative co-op licensing, co-op cycle software.
Exactly.
Built in France.
Yeah, but which is also really interesting because this is about federating and about building ecosystems, right? And I think that's also quite a healthy move because it's definitely unhealthy if an ecosystem only consists of one single entity, right? So yeah, basically they federate a lot. They have they have to rely on different other entities in order to exist. But it can be, as we know from biology and other disciplines, it can create quite a healthy surrounding. And I think this is certainly something that that's currently missing, right? There have been interesting initiatives going on in the past years also with relation to major communication platform. And there is one thing that you have probably heard of, and that's the Buy Twitter movement. I don't know whether you have heard about it. It was basically Nathan Schneider, I think, who pulled this off a couple of years ago. That was when Twitter was in a financial crisis, and then he had the idea, okay, so if we all put our money together, we might as well buy the platform, and then we turn it into a cooperatively owned communication platform, and then we define the rules, right? Because the problem is that the terms of service are not defined by their users. And I think that's also, it's one of the main problems, the main ownership right problems also in within Amazon, that a lot of the work that is being done to keep the corporation thriving is a voluntary work where people recommend and write, they write the product reviews and all of that, because not all of it is written by bots. So, I mean, some of them are made by real people, but you don't get any revenues for it. And that is also something I think we hardly ever really talk about, right?
And I think, maybe I was sad that, the Buy Twitter campaign didn't fundamentally succeed in the end, but it's easy to say in hindsight. One thing that's painfully clear, from the past few years of the kind of Trump era is the cost of Twitter is not just running the servers or hiring a bunch of engineers, but it's also the maintenance of a healthy community.
Yeah.
And that means, improving the algorithms or immediately responding to take down fake information, while also not censoring alternative news sources or smaller sources, and also responding to the issues of hate speech and hate crime.
Exactly.
And This is unfortunately an area where, from a cost perspective, more and more platforms are choosing to over-censor instead of, adequately taking down content that violates the law. So I mean, Tumblr, sold for several millions, not because the platform itself is worthless, but because there's a high overhead to regulating the content. If you're going to take down all, sexual content, that's your prerogative as a website, of course. But that significantly diminishes the value of the website for the communities it served.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Tumblr is a great example because many people have been really upset about it because they deliberately choose Tumblr for content sharing, content creation, and that's actually been quite tough when they shut it down because it's like people had no say in that, right? It just happened.
Yeah, and so it's definitely true. You don't vote with your feet online. As a consumer, you don't have any rights. And this terms of service, which almost no one reads, governs everything, and it's super arbitrary. So whether your content is taken down or whether you're kicked off the platform, you don't have a recourse. Now, when it's just a side hobby or, then it doesn't matter so much. But when your livelihood, when your job's dependent for social networking, for if you have a literal job as a content creator, that's an entirely different story. And that's a whole other area that's incredibly complex because you have all the online dimensions and a very, you don't have a kind of a social notion of what is, a fair amount of compensation for this kind of online or digital work.
Exactly, yeah. Because it's really something that never had a price tag and no one ever cared to put a price tag on it, really. It's true. So I think, our conversation in this past hour clearly showed that in order to fix this, in many respects, broken system, there's a lot we need to acquire in terms of new knowledge, in terms of approaches, methodologies. But there's also a lot we have to get rid of, I would say, and completely unlearn in order to to understand better the power dynamics, in order to understand the value that's being created within these companies, but also within the communities. I think another field is the ownership question and the responsibility that comes with ownership. Another big question probably is the governance and who should be part of governance bodies. And then I think it's the question of regionalization versus, a large global organization. So, looking at all these different aspects, I think there's a lot of complexity to be tackled. I just would like you, Jonathan, to give you just a brief closing statement based on what we discussed before. Maybe something you hope to achieve in the coming year, something you're currently working towards, something that really seems to be relevant for you, that you just want to share with people here at MoneyLab.
So to a certain extent, I hope people's horizon of the complexity was expanded, but I also don't want to scare people and, have people give up and do nothing, because that's the worst outcome of this talk that we could have.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's always safe to say it's impossible, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. But I think we absolutely do need to try. So, even if I'm skeptical about a certain initiative, I think it's, whatever they're doing is fantastic. And we absolutely should be exploring alternatives, forms of resistance and rebellion. Tomorrow is the final day for the voting in Bessemer, Alabama. So my fingers are crossed that the majority of the workers will vote for a union. But no matter what happens, I know it's going to be a long fight, whether it's appealing the election on Amazon's side or on the labor side. So the fight is just beginning. I'm really heartened by that. And this is in a state that's in the deep south, in a traditionally right-to-work, union-hostile territory. So I'm really heartened by that. I'm really heartened that, compared to 5 years ago when we talked about people who worked at Google, there was the activists and then there was the tech workers, and there was no overlap between the two. I'm really happy to hear that, tech workers are increasingly being accepted as political actors, as people who have a role in shaping the future that we can build. And I think there's absolutely no reason why the largest corporations by GDP, by headcount, why they cannot be union strongholds. If we had the kind of the auto movements in the 1960s that were the stronghold of labor and still are to a large extent today, why can't the tech sector be that in the future?
Hey, that's such a wonderful, encouraging message towards the end of our conversation. Thank you so much, Jonathan Miller. It was a pleasure having you. Thanks for taking the time on this Sunday afternoon. And I wish you good luck with everything and hope to see you again soon. Bye.
Thank you.
Wow, that was, again, a huge topic. So thanks everyone who followed us on the live stream and in the chat. We are going to take a break now before we start the final session for today. And while we are taking the break, there is a workshop that's just happening simultaneously. And I want to introduce, because she's not a part of the live stream program, Ailey Rutherford to you. She is hosting that workshop right now, so they have already started. And Ailey is based in Scotland, and she has been created a workshop infrastructure. It's called String Figures, and this is all about identifying and bringing together the ties that connect us. And this was very important for us here at MoneyLab Berlin to figure out ways of different organizations seeking collaboration with MoneyLab in the future. So we will definitely share you the results of this workshop in the Discord server after the conference. And also, since people keep on asking, of course, we will also share every recording of every session. So just give us a couple of days to process all the materials. We will dive now into the final coffee break, an extended coffee break until 4 p.m. CEST. And then I will welcome Rachel Yuba from School of Machines, Making and Make-Believe, for our conversation on practices and cultures and tools for the collaboration. So meet us again at 4 p.m. and have a nice break until then. Hi and welcome back, everyone, from our last coffee break for today and for MoneyLab Berlin. It's my big pleasure to welcome now Rachel Uva from School of Machines Making and Make-Believe for a conversation on reimagining better futures and tools for collaboration. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, Ella. Lovely to be here with you.
Hey, I'm super happy to see you here. And actually, the timing of this call or this conversation is actually ideal because over the course of the last 3 days, we came across so many complexities and things that, we have to reconfigure, we have to start a new, let's say, new way of tackling them. There is a lot of things we agreed to unlearn in various sessions. And now I really hope to do like a roundup together with you of all these learnings, because I know you have also followed large parts of the conference. But first and foremost, I also want to invite you to recap a little bit with me the class we did last year for School of Machines Making and Make-Believe that had exactly the same title as our conversation. And that was really one of the most inspiring things for me last year because I drew so much learning from it. And maybe we can touch base on some of the learnings and share them here. And maybe even we have some people following us that have attended the session. And those of you who are with us in the live stream, please join our website, the chat, and you can leave your questions there. I'm very happy to pass them on to Rachel. But Rachel, before we get started, can I ask you to quickly introduce yourself and just say a few words about you?
Yeah, thank you, Ella. Basically, my name is Rachel Uva, and I'm originally from the US, but I've been living in Berlin about 17 years, just about, in like a month or something. And yeah, I started School of Machines Making Make-Believe in 2014 after having organized many meetups and workshops and helping with conferences and things. And I wanted to find a better way for people to learn things that they take with them and not just like that you learn in a weekend and you're like, okay, great, look, I learned this thing. And then you leave and you never, take it back up or whatever. So I'm really invested in like intensive learning experiences. And I guess that would be a summary for the most part.
Yeah, and that's great. And before we dive into our tools of reimagining and collaborating, I want to ask you, because I've been meaning to ask you for quite a while, what helps you to put this amazing curriculum together for Schools of Machine Making and Make-Believe? Because your classes are very special and they provide, I would say, knowledge and tools that you can't find on regular universities and stuff. So what helps you to compile this knowledge and to create a curriculum?
I think that having experienced a lot of pain in life, basically, and it kind of like makes you pay attention to what's going on in the world and how people are suffering. And so I generally, I'm just like, what is going on now? Like, for example, the class that we are about to talk about, the tools for reimagining better worlds through cooperation, basically that came about because the pandemic happened. And I have been running the school for many years, and that's like my full-time job. And so when the pandemic hit and all my classes are basically like live in-person full-time classes, I was like, okay, what do I do now? And I thought that it would be it's a really awkward time to be asking for money, asking for, putting something out into the world and asking for money when everybody was doing things for free for many months, like from the very beginning. And so, but this was my life. So I'm like, okay, what do I do? And I thought about the people that I care about, like you, Regine from We Make Money Not Art, for example. And I was like, there's such great knowledge here. And these tools, the knowledge that they have are tools for the future that we need to understand in order to kind of it just felt like the time to rethink everything. And so, I think that it has to do with caring about other people and what's going on in the world even more than myself, which I think is part of the topic that I want to talk about, even when we talk about like code of conduct, for example, because the reality is all these things are not about us, it's about everybody else. And that's part of what community is. And so I'm really glad that we'll be able to cover these things today.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe I just want to add one more point that seems to be important for me. When talking about the curriculum for future learning, we should probably not only talk about the themes, but also about the methodologies of learning. And what I have experienced in this common project was pretty much a way of opening up a space for mutual learning that felt kind of good and new, because it was not, because usually you enter such an arena and you have the feeling, oh, I have to provide a lot of content so people are happy with the class and they have a lot to take away. But I think the challenge really lies into opening up a learning field where everyone is invited to engage in, and so you can discover all these things together. And one of the examples that emerged in this course, when we talked about reimagining better worlds through collaboration and cultures and tools that we might use for that, one of the things that only emerged in the communication with everybody was the importance of the code of conduct. Because before that class and before the pandemic hit, I didn't have it on my radar so much, maybe because I was running the physical space, and over the years, we sort of established some, guidelines and common agreements with people on how to be in that space. But we didn't really we didn't pin it down or write it down or anything. But then when we all changed our programming onto Zoom or other platforms, it became even more obvious that we have to talk about it. And I think what's also interesting, over the past 3 days now of MoneyLab, we did not talk so much about code of conduct. But I really hope to talk about that with you. So what is your take on a code of conduct? Why do we need it? And why can't we rely on good atmosphere simply to emerge?
I think the reality is that humans are complicated, and we've all lived through many experiences that we still, as adults, can't even comprehend and don't even have words for. And so the thing is, if you have like 5 friends, or you have a community of 10, 20 people or something that you know intimately, like very well, that's one thing. But for these new kinds of arenas, for example, with like eco NFT communities that are, anybody who happens to, mint a coin can be a part of the community, or is technically a part of the community, and you don't know what experiences they're bringing to the table. And so it's kind of like to level the playing field. And also, it really came in handy for, I've been part of Creative Code Berlin community since the very beginning. And at some point, there was a situation where a mentally unwell person was stalking me, so there are real life situations and real reasons to have these things in place, and real reasons to let everybody know what the rules are before. Actually, in the class, you mentioned a really great thing, which is a code of conduct is not there to be able to go and tell the organizer, hey, look, this just happened to me, what do I do? But it's more like that the whole community understands what the rules of the game are, that everybody can like pay attention and look out and see something that doesn't look quite right and call it out. And so, because especially when we're talking about like decentralization and different models of community, there's no one leader that we can all rely on and go to. And so we need to start to think about these kinds of things in a different way.
Yeah, and also we probably it's about coming up with the words, and with specific situations that take place, because obviously I can't put myself in the shoes of another person, and I don't know exactly how it feels to be another person. So I think it's really important to share stories of where inclusion does not happen, or where people feel unsafe, in order to make everyone understand that these things happen, and they happen in our immediate surroundings. So I find it quite interesting that we talked a lot about community management in the past days, and we talked a lot about ways of building communities and activating communities. But actually, to come up with a safe environment for everyone, to create such a code of conduct in order to avoid frustration or even people leaving the community simply because they face situations that are not okay. And I think that also shows that it's still not a widespread agreement that we actually really need code of conducts. And I'm wondering, like one of the learnings from our class, whether you started implementing that into your sessions, or what was your takeaway from that?
The code of conduct, you mean? I've been using a code of conduct, the Berlin Code of Conduct specifically, I think since 2014 when I started School of Machines. And I think that, again, the point is that it's not really about me, and it's not about, the immediate people in front of me, but it's like what can happen to other people when we're not paying attention. And I think another thing is that it also comes to the question of diversity, because, especially with a lot of these kind of tech and decentralized and NFT, blah, blah, blah communities, there are a lot of white men, let's be honest. And so the reality is, if we want to see more diversity in these spaces, the first thing that people look to when thinking about joining a community is like, do I see anybody that looks like me? And if you don't, then you're very hesitant. And so first we need to get more people, that are more diverse people there, so other people can feel that they belong. But then at the same time, they obviously have different needs. And so when coming up, like the code of conduct is not for the 10 cool people in the room that all get along and have seen each other's work for the last, 10 years online. It's for the new people that you want to bring in, and you don't know what their experiences are. Any little thing can be a trigger for someone, and you don't know. And if you don't have a safety policy in place, you just have people leaving your community. And then, it's just, the point is, like, this pandemic moment is like a time to reevaluate, and like, if we say, like, why do we need a code of conduct? Things are fine. But the point is, we want something better than what we have had. And so, and I think you brought up a really great point in the class, which was that a lot of the things we're talking about when we talk about community and cooperatives and different kinds of models of being together are not natural to most people. We weren't taught these things when we were kids. And so this is the whole kind of like unlearning, relearning thing that we're talking about, and it's kind of rethinking everything we thought in the past and trying to understand, where did that come from? Like one example I have is, for example, in one of my classes, someone brought up the pronouns a couple of years ago. And I'd never heard about pronouns before, declaring your pronouns in a space. And I remember at the time, even though I try to be open-minded and progressive, at the time I was like, but why? Like, everything was fine before. But the point was, actually, everything wasn't fine before. It was fine for me, but it wasn't fine for other people. And so that's just an example of, like, that we all have to be open to being wrong about something, and to, like, learning, relearning, unlearning all the things over and over again every day as new situations come up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this goes for a lot of things, because we are right now in a huge moment of transition. I think that's really safe to say, right? So adapting language and start thinking about our expression, start thinking about what it is that we want to bring across, might feel like an effort for some people. But, I think we should always remind ourselves that there have been other people that constantly have to do this already, because they don't live in safe environments, and they can't be sure whether they can just say something and just put a message out there, but they really have to reflect before they say something, right? So this is a reality of many, many people around the world. And, also us being able to sit in front of the camera and just, sharing our minds in a very open way without having to fear for any form of prosecution, whatever, is a privilege in itself. So I think that's also something that we will have to tackle more and more in the coming years, that the freedom of speech and how to sort of lay the foundation for others to have some sort of freedom in what they say is also in starting to carefully think what it is that we want to say and how we are going to say it. So in Germany, we also have this, we have this huge debate around gendering. And it's basically the same as the pronouns, but it really, it demands from people to sort of reconfigure their language and really be inclusive also of basically everyone in society. And it's a huge discussion and not everyone is happy about it, but it almost seems as if this is something that will never go away, because it's just probably it's our state of where we are in our evolution as human beings, where we are called to do that, right?
Yeah, well, I like to say we've all been told different lies. And this is partially why, or this is the whole reason why everybody is on a different plane right now. Everybody's like having different ideas about what should and shouldn't be, because we've all been told different lies. And I think for example, like when I left the US and I came to Germany, it was a time when Bush was in office. And I hated him for so long, he was really the reason. Like the government in general was the reason that I left in the first place. And then I just realized, like, actually my hating him, like, he doesn't care if I hate him, but it's hurting me to hate him, And so I needed to start to think about other ways to do it, like other ways to be proactive in understanding how I feel and how I feel plays out into the world. Because I think also there's this thing where people don't realize, like, if they have issues, they think like, okay, those are my issues, nobody else has to deal with them. But the reality is we bring our issues everywhere we go. And so everybody in our communities ends up having to deal with the issues that we haven't dealt with yet. And I find, it's just, communication is one of the hardest things that humans do or don't do. And so this, we need to find ways. So I think, like, starting to tell our truths, starting to say what's really going on that not everybody knows. I think it's really easy for people to assume everything is fine because nobody's talking about the pain, but actually, but we're all suffering, to some extent or other, like, even if you're fine, the person next to you isn't fine. And you have to deal with that situation. And so I just feel like we need some, like, collective giving a shit about other people, collective, I don't know, just like, let's just get naked and, like, talk about what's going on together in a way that's safe, so we can move on from this already, because it's exhausting. It's exhausting for people not to acknowledge that, acknowledge that we have a responsibility, all of us, to change and be better. I think, like, there are, for example, with this NFT thing, to bring up a controversial topic, I think a lot of people are thinking, well, why should I as an artist give a damn about, the environment when the oil people and all these other people have screwed it up to begin with, But, like, the point is that the system the capitalist system allowed them to do that, and it's wrong. I thought we all agreed that it was wrong until I got on Twitter and all the people I, care about are, NFTing it up, right? And so then it's just like, whoa, like, what's happening here? I thought we all had the same values, I thought we thought the environment and humans matter more than money. And so it's been a real challenge, I would say. And I know I'm not alone in this. And the thing is, I'm not trying to be an asshole when I talk about this topic, and I talk about, like, how climate change matters. But the thing is, I've been on Earth long enough to know when climate change wasn't an issue. Like, it wasn't not an issue, but it wasn't talked about and it wasn't understood. And so, and everything was different, I'm from Texas, and there were, it was like, there was no snow in Texas. There was no chaos and, like, storms and like freezing temperatures, killing people, in Texas. This is a thing that didn't happen in the past. And so I feel like, I don't know if it's an age thing, but it's like, if some people were born into a system that was already messed up, then they take it for granted that it wasn't always like that, or that that issues that are here now weren't then. So people see a difference that maybe they haven't seen. And these things matter anyway. These things really matter. And I just want to get to a point where we're like talking about it and not hurting each other over it, and not getting defensive over it. Just saying, these are the facts, okay? These are the facts. What are we going to do? We're all caring people. What do we do?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting example, and I came across that over the past 3 days here and there, because the question that you are touching on is whether we can have a conversation on topics such as NFT, and really avoiding the ecological footprint or other topics that sit at the very core of our human survival. It's almost it is impossible to exclude that. So I think in many conversations we had, it became clear that something is demanded from us right now that might be new for some people, and that is taking responsibility, showing more responsibility that we have done before, when we were maybe taught primarily to be a good worker and a good consumer. And when we, were raised maybe in a more binary system, but now it's like we look in this world and we are facing a lot of complexity. So one of the things that popped up, like in many of the sessions, was the component of care work that you also mentioned, to establishing structures not only within online communities but basically everywhere, where we understand ourselves and the responsibility of care that we all carry within us, because we have a social function. We have a function in the workplace. We have a function as friends, but also as people that inhabit the planet. So we can't simply take that away. And that might be one of the things for, I really hope, a future agenda of learning, where we simply have to get used to that, what has been excluded from the classic economic curriculum, this entire, entire component of care work, that's in front of us, and it really demands to be seen and to be integrated. And we also have I don't know if you're following the chat, let me just look, because we have a comment here, and maybe we can think a little bit about that. So there is a person saying there is no alternative to rethinking, right? This cannot mean designing the future with new words that have fancy prefixes, but the same terms and the same thinking. So, and this person also calls us to identify the terms that have no future value in them, like growth and wealth, or negative interest rates and so forth. But then there are other terms such as solidarity, leisure, work, must be grasped anew by reassuring ourselves of the primal phenomena in them. I think that's quite an interesting comment. Maybe you want to say something about that, Rachel?
Well, I was thinking about part of the thing is that with classes that I'm trying to do is, is help people to feel like whole human beings, which I feel like that if education had been set up that way from the very beginning, for us to do better than what happened in the past, for us to feel like good human beings who can contribute, then we wouldn't be having these conversations. But the education system, the political systems, they're all full of shit, let's be real. They're all just bullshit. And so, one of the things that I've started to get into is so usually what I would do is I would take a topic that's let's say machine learning, for example, but then I try to think about okay, what does machine learning have to do with being human? And so then this is the angle that I would take for a class, for example. And so, but more and more I'm interested in having the communication, like more communication, so that I don't have to hide the fact that like what really matters are humans, and what really matters is learning to communicate with ourselves and others. And so I was just thinking the other day when I was talking with a friend that like I want to make, maybe I should make a school of forgiveness, or school of humans, or something like that, that's just basically about us dealing with everything that has got us to where we are, to where we, because you brought up care, and it made me think about how so many people don't feel cared for. They've never felt cared for, either by their family, by society. And I think, and there are colleagues now, and like, I feel like a lot of people think, and it makes sense too, if they've never felt cared for, why should they care for other people? And so, but it's like kind of undoing all of that, because we all deserve better, even though we didn't receive it from family or from school or from any of the systems that we're in. And so it's just, it's time to rethink all the things, and to say all the things and to let them go. Because, for example, I wish the gender in this day and age, and we're 2021, it's still a topic, and sexual harassment is still a topic, and all these things are still topics, they've been forever. And they're, I would like these topics to die, to get out of the way, so we can move on and do, more progressive work to lead us towards a better future. So when we die, people have better opportunities. But if we keep rehashing the same old conversations and never getting past anything and never really learning from them, we're going nowhere. So I'm really interested in this idea of like longevity and like conversations that kind of mutate over time, and you keep the thread alive. So for example, we did recently, as part of the Vorspiel program this year, we did a small event called Please Don't Put Your Dick in My Face. And I think that a lot of people probably, anyone who saw that might have thought I'm just trying to be provocative or something like that. But the reality is, from sexual experiences from a young age, like there's just this situation where all of a sudden you find a dick in your face, no question, no conversation, even if you're in a loving relationship or whatever, whatever you call it, like loving, it's like, and that's like not appropriate, it's just, but it makes sense. Like I was imagining, being like a young teen boy or something, and you're like, whoa, and then you're with someone, and then you're like, yeah, and it's like, no, like just so the natural instincts of our human nature are leading us in the wrong way. And we need to talk about that, and we need to talk about everything around that. And one of the interesting things, the thread that came from that conversation was actually daddy issues. And so that's going to be the topic of conversation we're going to do. Like, I think the idea is to kind of do a monthly series, or a series of monthly conversations. And the next one is daddy issues, because actually so many of the things that came out of that conversation had to do with like fathers that were absent, fathers that didn't communicate, fathers that were withdrawn. And a lot of pain and suffering has come from this, and I think this is a very relevant conversation, because I think like some people will look at the things that I do and they might say, why are we talking about this? Your school is about technology, stick to that. Or like, how people say with sports or, celebrities are like, stick to your acting, stick to your sports. Why are you talking about this? But the reality is, anytime you want to bring humans together, human communication matters. Human experiences matter. Everything matters. And so we need to stop pretending that there's a place for one conversation, but not another, and to kind of like find a way together to move forward, because I want to evolve before I die. You know what I mean? And like my doctor says now that I'm like high risk, and I don't know what that means. It's scary for sure, for this vaccine, but I'm just like, I need to just keep going and trying to do good in the world and build community and be positive. And like, I need to see that before I die. So I'm like, people, please help me. Let's do this together. Like, let's move forward so we can all die in a better world than we were brought into.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, it's vital to bring these topics into the world of finance and money, because you could easily say, okay, guys, why don't you talk about money systems? Why don't you talk about your finance strategies, or empower people, I don't know, invest properly in impact funds, whatever. There are many ways, right, of being inclusive in the world of finance and money. But it's also my feeling, and I think this came through really well, that especially in a place such as MoneyLab, we have to talk about these things, because that's what defines us. That's also what defines us as consumers, as producers, as people participating in the economy. And I think what now more and more comes back into every domain of our life is this notion of the invisible work, of essential work, of care work, as I said before. And especially now in the pandemic, we've seen that, where nurses and other workers, so-called frontline workers, were considered essential. And no one really talked about them before. Imagine a conversation around money and finance where people might have talked about cleaners. I think it became clear during the COVID-19 pandemic that without people cleaning, we would basically all die, because their job is absolutely essential. Imagine public transport without cleaning, or clinics and so forth. So there are so many blind spots, in all aspects of economy, of financial exchange, and that it all ties into the discussion. So I'm on the one hand really happy to see that there is more and more space to include topics like that, more and more space to understand that in order to have a meaningful life, it's not just making tons of money and being financially successful, but also managing the other aspects of our lives. And that touch down on us as human beings, and it touches down on the relation we are forming and nurturing in our lives, and our capacity to communicate. And I often say it's amazing how humans that so much rely on communication, that they are so bad at it, that we still have to train ourselves in, I don't know, manipulation, rhetoric, whatever. And I think the communication is also something we talked also a lot about in our school, in our class that we did last year, right? And
Definitely.
what you just said, this call of human stories matter, right? And human, like every experience matters. That's, for me, that's a really important thing. And I've seen it also over the course of this conference, because what it actually means is to get to a point where you closely watch and listen, and and look for ways to integrate that perspective into your own worldview, simply because it's out there and there is no way of ignoring it, even though it might be super easy to ignore it. But in an environment where it's about active listening and learning, you can't ignore. So I also think that calls for a lot of methodologies and a lot of teaching and knowledge transfer of how, to train people of how to get better there.
Well, one of the things with, I definitely agree, definitely, a billion times agree. And one of the things, so with the please don't put your dick in my face, like the idea was to practice micro truths, so like practice talking about the things that are difficult to talk about. And so I feel like giving people a platform to be able to practice talking about the difficult things. Maybe you don't say the whole thing. Maybe you just say a piece of the thing that has been troubling you for years, but I feel like giving people the opportunity to start to practice on communication, because it's, again, one of the hardest things in the world that humans do, and it's the most important. So, and also actually part of so I also have this kind of art collective project that started from a class that we did several years ago, and it's called The Quiets. And so the idea with The Quiets, it's basically like silent observation of a scenario and then creating artwork based on that scenario. So, so in the conversation we had the other night, please don't put your dick in my face. You have to say it, 3 times in a row. No, kidding. But anyway, the idea was that there would always be someone in the conversation room that was not speaking, and they were just jotting down whatever came to them, like, just like maybe it was who was talking the most, or like, the conversation flowed from this to that person to this, in this direction or whatever, or it could have been silences or, anything. And the idea was to just sit there and observe the conversation and not speak, and to create artwork out of what you observed. And I feel like, the people who took part in that, the people who were one of the quiets, said they got so much out of the experience, and they were thinking that it would be really interesting for future iterations that we invite people to take on that role as well. So like not our team of people, but actually anyone taking part can sign up to be one of the quiets, because you do learn so much from listening and holding back what you have to say and hearing the things. And like, yeah, because everybody needs a platform or space. Everybody needs space to speak their truth and listen to other people doing that. So I feel like in this way, I just want to keep doing this thing. I just feel like, but a lot of the things I do are really small scale, because I feel like it's important to keep an intimate conversation happening. So, because the thing you're going to say in front of like 3 to 5 people is not necessarily the thing you're going to say in front of 100. So I feel like if more and more people start to create opportunities for micro-truths, for intimate communication, I feel like those kinds of things are really going to just make communities stronger and people healthier, more confident, stronger, and, and it's just going to be better for everybody. So I wanted to mention that, because the topic has come up, and it's like, there are very playful ways to go about doing this. It doesn't have to be sitting in a group therapy session and like super, I don't know, awkward for, for some people or whatever. It doesn't have to be pain. It can be joyous, but it still needs to happen. It just needs to happen.
Rachel, my observation is that it's actually starting what you're talking about, providing space for personal stories and sharing of truths is something that even found its way into a lot of change management methodologies and frameworks, and highly paid consultants are already passing on that craft, that ancient craft, also in the corporate environment. And I think it's highly beneficial for the people working there. So, for instance, if you look at frameworks such as Theory U, that is, it's an interesting framework for accompanying change processes. There are elementary steps to be taken, and one of these protocols is to take a walk with another person, and it's really this training of deep listening and trying to understand what a person has to say. And it's not so much about finding a clever response, but just leaving it there and trusting that there will be ways of integrating that. So I think it's already happening, but it's happening in certain maybe elites or environments, but it's not happening everywhere, and that's the problem. And maybe this is only happening in rather privileged circles. I have no idea, but certainly it's not happening everywhere, because we know that there are still lots and lots of people that never have the privilege that someone is listening to them. So this is becoming a systemic thing, right? And just because a lot of people now have the understanding that we need to follow up on that and we need to become better on that, that still doesn't mean that we really practice that in everyday life, because there are still so many domains, German bureaucracy, educational system, you just named them before, that are totally dysfunctional and where there's no any trace of that, right? So there's still tons of work to be done.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think you pointed it out, but just to say that, like, because there are just many different, like, there's macro and micro, so there's like a way to be in the world that's just you with yourself, and then you with one other person, and then you with like 3 people, and then community, and then society, and then, and it just kind of like, so there are different levels of being And I just feel like, people learned like one way to be or something like that. Like, and they think it's supposed to be the appropriate for each space, but it's yeah, there's just nuance that we didn't have to learn more nuance and like how we are in one space. I don't know. And how we are in all the spaces matters really, but they're also, I guess it's more the point that like these things are all connected. How we are in the world everywhere is connected. And like, I think it's also interesting how people just have different personalities in different spaces. And in my mind, I don't understand that. I'm like, why don't you just be who you are everywhere you are? Like, I think like, I don't know like why people do that, but I just think, I don't know, like because I think people think they have different responsibilities for different spaces, but I feel like our responsibility is to be who we are, and to do that well, figure out what that means, and then do it well and do it lovingly. And yeah, I don't know. I know these things are like, as we said, like they're not like cool topics, they're not like, this is not going to give me like cool points or like whatever, but like screw cool points, because I just want people to get real, like whatever that means for everybody. And I'm happy to discuss with people. I mean, I always put my email address on the bottom of the screen, because I'm like, I don't know, you have problems, write to me. Like, let's talk, right? I'm not a therapist, but like, I care. And sometimes that's more than a therapist, sometimes the therapist is just like, okay, I'm making my money, it's time for you to go. At least I'm a human who cares. And so I think we should all just, start like tattooing our email address or something. Just be like, let's talk, let's communicate. Here's space you don't have at other places. Find me or something.
Yeah, that's certainly something we're here for getting real. I think that's one of the primary things, and what I was also thinking, because you were just saying, oh, this is not a fancy topic, but it might be, but on the other hand, everything we are talking about here is inherently linked to organizational design. You can't talk org design without ignoring that. So this is a very important reminder for me. And it sort of rounds up the day in a really nice way, because when we started off this morning with Pekko from Economic Space Agency, we got a really nice introduction into game theory and organizational design. So he provided one component of how organizations come into existence. What we are talking about here is another component, but it's just as essential as any theories or any methodologies that are outside of these really hard to grasp human things. And I remember when we did the class last year, one of the major learnings for me was that in the future we can't talk about organizing ourselves, about community building without mentioning all these components, because we are missing out on some elementary stuff otherwise. And we will get to a point where things will not function anymore. And what was also really interesting, this is also directly linked to us being in the digital space, because we also have to acknowledge that. That adds another layer of complexity about the choices we are using in terms of platform, but also protocols of behavior and listening and, all that. So if I remember this group of people, then we had a number of people that were engaged in community building or in setting up, groups and communities, And these people had a huge interest in getting organized. That was like the primary topic. Mm-hmm. And it's the same interest that managers have, that investment bankers might have. I mean, it's this idea of, okay, let's get organized, right? We consider this as a really good thing. It's, I don't know whether there is someone out there who would say getting organized is connotated negatively. But then my point is, we have complete different understandings, each of us, what organization actually is and what it entails. Because you can organize systems in a way and you can leave, all the emotions outside. You can organize things in a pretty binary manner. But once you try to build diverse and inclusive, sustainable, cooperative systems, then you start entering the realm of the non-binary. And that's where all the complexity sits, right? And I think this is important to acknowledge also for this conference, that a lot of the things we have been talking about are completely non-binary and super complex. So what is it that we can offer, that the people in this community can offer to each other in order to tackle this complexity? So I just wanted to mention that because that is organizational design at its very core. So I just look forward when this is included into a more official agenda.
Yeah, I would also just add that I remember, basically, Ella, I super love you. I think you know this already. I say this all the time, right? But I just remember, I love your way of facilitation, for example, where you care about who's in the room and you're like, how are you today? Because how we are today in a conversation with others matters. And you just have so much care when you're facilitating spaces, and you can tell that what people say matters. And I just think, there just needs to be more space in this space for this, because I feel like efficiency has become maybe, that question earlier from someone, efficiency should go out the window, because we're past efficiency. This is not about efficiency. If we're going to do efficiency, then we're just stuck in the same old systems. So, but we need to do better than efficiency. We need to hear people, see people, and where they are. And I just always have thought you were a great example for this, because I always feel so heard and cared for, even before I knew you better than, as well as I do now. But and this is just so important, and so it's almost how do we clone the people who do it right, basically, or teach the people who aren't there yet how to be better at these things, because we just need more of it.
Thanks, Rachel. This is, it's very nice of you to say that. But I also have to say, I think I really had a great learning field, and that was Supermarkt the past 10 years, because I don't think I have ever been, I have always been like that, because it's a process, and maybe lots of other people who went through that community building and similar experiences themselves, they, including yourself, might have a similar experience. I think dealing with a lot of people and engaging in public spaces at some point make you really humble, because you understand that, as I said before, this was like an initial statement you made. It's not about ourselves. It's all about the people in the room and how they are and what they bring to the table, because that is what we are starting from today, That defines the conversation we are having. It defines the product we are designing. It basically designs each and everything. So I'm just sometimes surprised that I grew up in a world that totally neglected that and did not take that into account. And sometimes I have the feeling I'm just waking up from a long sleep and trying to see the reality of things, So yeah, Supermarkt was a great training field. And I also realized within the past year of not being able to run physical events that a big component of being with people in a space was missing. And it's really hard to craft that experience in a digital space. Even though there are possibilities, I wouldn't say it's completely impossible, but it's also, I think, that's an important dimension. And remember, we also discussed that in the class, how to really create a check-in culture, a caring culture within transnational communities where people simply cannot meet because they are too far away from each other, and how to manage that. I think that was a big thing we discussed. And it was also great that we had one part of the class was dedicated to methodologies of facilitation group work. And this is another thing I strongly believe when we talk about organizing. That's a key component, learning how to facilitate conversations and meetings in groups, like active listening and check-in and many of these things, because that's like the ground material we are starting from. Remember that it was a huge discussion we've had, how to establish that kind of culture in the digital realm.
Yeah,
And I know Ailey, because it's really interesting, just to finish with that, Ailey Rutherford, who is now in parallel running the workshop, the String Figures workshop, it's exactly dealing with that topic.
It's too bad I'm missing it now.
You know what? She told me that she was super sad because she really wanted to be part of that conversation. But yeah, we just had to time it that way. So, yeah.
Well, I wanted to pick up on one thing you said, because, I appreciate that you said, like, you didn't have this experience growing up. The way you're facilitating today is based on your learnings. And that is the point, because we're not magically these people who know what the hell we're doing, right? We've done it for so many years that we are, where we are, but everybody can learn it. That's really the point. It's like, no matter what your experiences have been in the past, you can be better, feel better, do better, care more, be, more present, and do all of the good things. So nobody's broken. I feel like that happens a lot. People think that, like, if they had some shitty experiences in the past, then they're broken, and then they're unfixable. And also too, I mean, I don't know, this whole other topic, but like, just, the kind of, the medical, industry that just gives someone a title. You have this ailment, you have this disease, you have this personality disorder, be gone with you, as if like that's our lot in life, And it's like, people can still heal depending, it doesn't matter what anybody told you that you may have, whether you have it or not, that's also a whole other thing, but it doesn't have to be a crutch that you live with forever, that like you can also get past these things and do better, feel better, and heal. And I just think that's, I mean, I don't know. I think that's the foundation of a community space, to get all these topics out before you talk about, like, look at this technology, download the API, download the software, whatever. We're going to work on this. Like, who are we? What do we care about? And knowing that it matters, knowing that each other know each other and it all matters. And then moving forward from there. I feel like that is just the foundation of like community organizing in 2021, and yeah, I want everybody to know it. So I really appreciate that we're having this conversation.
Yeah, I appreciate it too, and I appreciate what you just brought up, because for me it's a key component. Because imagine a group of people meeting up, 20 people sitting in one room. This group is different all the time. Right? So it's also something to acknowledge, like, we are all transformative beings. So that's why check-in culture is so important. Before you do anything, you just try to understand how everyone is and what are the issues bringing into the room. And only then you can get a sense of how to navigate the situation. And it's different every time. I nonetheless believe that there is a set of core values that can safely be pinned down in a code of conduct as a living as a living document where people can add and where people can share experience. I think this is that's doable. But I would rather separate that from this constant flux that is happening within groups, where people make agreements and then they are unhappy, and then they wanna, they just wanna amend that a little bit. And that's another key component. And I remember we have also talked about that quite a lot. And that was the voting process as an instrument to figure out, or to come to agreements, let's say, in the first place, as an instrument to come to agreements and to capture what people are thinking of certain things. And also this field requires a total different thinking from us, because it's not just about saying yes or no, but it's about this vast territory of yeah, maybe, or I don't know, I don't understand, because that's the reality, right? And very often this is completely overlooked. So that's yet another thing of getting organized. I think it's also really important to mention that.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things that came out of the class as well was, so I remember there's this whole like talk about DAOs and centralized autonomous organizations, and kind of this sexiness about it, like, ooh, we make decisions on the blockchain, and like, what's all that about? But I remember we were talking at the time about Lumio and its effectiveness as a tool, and how it's about transparency and understanding like the people around you and what they think and what they voted for and like their needs and this kind of thing. And then I asked you about, well, so what would be the difference between a DAO and something like Lumio as a tool? And you're like, with Lumio, who voted what and who cares about what, and with the DAO, you're like a key. You need to know each other's key, which is like impossible to memorize everybody's key. And it's anonymous, and it's just like, it's like an official vote, but like, who the hell is this person? Like, what the heck is going on? Was there communication? Like, so I just thought I just wanted to like get that in there as well, that all of these technologies are not like maybe well-intentioned, but they're not at a point of saving us yet, if they ever will be. So I think it's also important for people to think about tools that can be really useful for your communities that aren't all about the fucking blockchain, okay? It's like, this is not the be all end all. Like, this is the beginning, and a lot of work still has to be done. And in the meantime, we should be trying to like use other tools that are better equipped to deal with the realities of community.
Rachel, I would really like to hear from you where you currently stand with the School of Machines Making and Make-Believe. What are your next projects? How can people connect? Let us know.
Well, yeah, thanks for asking. So, I'm still doing online classes, and I have found I love the online classes, and I think the communities that are growing from them are super brilliant. So I'm definitely going to keep doing that. Although we have some hoping to do some like physical classes in Berlin in July, August, and September. But I wanted to mention, like, call out one class, which I do think is relevant, which is the money class, that is going to be a 10-week online experimental class. And it's intended for bringing marginalized communities up to speed with what's going on in this whole world of money. I see a lot of people that are like, ooh, NFTs, let's learn about NFTs, and it's like, okay, why are NFTs even here right now? Like, what is the history of money, past, present, future? What is capitalism, and what does it have to do with all this? What is corruption and decentralization, cooperative models? I mean, there are so many things to understand because in theory, I think NFTs, I think a lot of people are thinking of it as some utopic thing, but there's a foundation and a context I think we all have to understand in order to use it effectively, in order to, do we want better worlds or don't we, basically? It's like, are we just going to pretend that we want better worlds but not actually do the work to make it happen? Or are we going to put in the groundwork? And, let's look at like politicians. I would imagine, like, you and I and everyone who attended here this weekend is, much more capable of handling a political position, and much more able to think about others in a way that they don't seem capable of doing, because otherwise we wouldn't be in the messes that we are in. So it's just, we want to do better. Just don't forget, we want to do better. Well, I think we want to do better. Maybe that's the question. Do we want to do better? So we need to do things differently. And also, the main thing I want to get across is, again, I started with this, it's not about us. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about all of us together. And that is the new mindset that we need to kind of cultivate, and we need to talk about it, and we need to, like, hopefully in the future, hug it out. What does this stuff mean? Why should we care? And like, I just.
Well, Rachel, I'm pretty sure that your initiative and the school is a fantastic place to figure that out, and looking forward to our further collaboration. And I thank you so much for being here, because that also helped to, in some sense making of this entire conference and looking at things that came up. So that already was a great way of wrapping it up, but also sharing some experiences from the class last year. And I really appreciate you being here. Thanks for all the inspiring things you shared with us. And yeah.
Thank you.
I hope I'll see you
hug.
soon.
Group hug.
Big hug. Big hug. Bye,
Bye.
Rachel.
Bye.
See you
Bye.
soon.
Yeah.
Wow, I can't believe it's 5 p.m. now. And that means we gotten to the end of MoneyLab Berlin. I can't believe it, because when we set off on Friday afternoon, this felt like a long journey with many people attending. I think 25 speakers all in all, over 3 days, call-in workshops, panels, shorter and longer conversations. Yeah, it's incredible. So I'm looking forward to sit down now and to sort of digest everything that came up. Also looking forward to sit together with our partners at Institute of Network Cultures, with Gerd, but also the rest of the MoneyLab team, to figure out about the findings of this conference, about what seemed to be important routes to follow up on. I feel really thankful and very happy for all of you who took part. So we had, I think, in the first day, around 500 people joining the live stream. Yesterday, around 450. Today, I don't know, but it's really nice to see so much interest from people from basically, from various countries, also basically from all over the world following us. So that was amazing. I'm super happy about everyone who commented in the chat, on the Discord server. And I really want to encourage everyone who has not logged onto the MoneyLab Discord server, please do so. You find the links on our website and also in your conference ticket if you have signed up. Otherwise, just go on our website and you find the link. Because it's really growing into a nice resource of anything money and finance, but also org design related, and related to all the topics we basically touched down on. So there's a channel on NFTs and crypto art, where mainly Axeli and Pekko from Economic Space Agency started to collect projects and marketplaces. And there's also a channel for feminist economics, where you find resources, publications, and opinions around the topic. There's the lovely bot from our partner here in Berlin, Trust, that lets you retrieve any book of their cybernetic library, which is then mirrored in the Discord server. So it's a fantastic place, and we would be very pleased to have you there, and simply adding to what's already there and contributing to the discussions. I want to thank all the speakers, all the people that actively engaged. I want to thank our funders, Hauptstadt Kulturfonds and the Institute of Network Cultures. Thank you so much for making MoneyLab Berlin possible. I want to give a huge thank you for the Supermarkt team. First of all, David Farin and Joel Sentimai, co-founders of Supermarkt and really important backbones of everything that is happening here. Big thank you to Eon Hochberg, who helped organizing the conference and who did an amazing job in managing the streams and the people. Big thank you to Henrik Drescher, our live editor, who was responsible for the really nice editing of images. Thanks to Michele Milanesi for the tech setup, Stephanie Boisset, who did the website and who also helped a lot with all the digital things that needed to be prepared. And finally, Robin Hotz, who created all the lovely artwork for MoneyLab Berlin. There are different ways of being in touch further on. So as I said, the Discord server, there's also a mailing list that's organized by the Institute of Network Cultures. We can also leave the login info for the MoneyLab net time list in the Discord server. And we will now process all the material. So we have many hours of video, and we will edit them, and all the sessions will be shared on the Supermarkt YouTube, on the website of MoneyLab. So we will continue to have the website. And I guess also the Institute of Network Cultures will show the videos on their site. Let me just think if I forgot anything. I don't know. Maybe I have. But yeah, I think that's it from my side. Once again, thank you all so much, and I wish you a lovely rest of the weekend. Bye-bye.